Hello, it's bonus content time. I'm Alex. Justin is with me.
Hey.
Hi, Justin.
Hi.
Scott and Navishan are here. Our guest Tom Hawkins is here. And
That's me.
you're so handsome, Tom.
Oh,
Hello.
thank you.
When you shaved your beard, I was like, "Don't you
What's
dare!
going to be under there?
Don't you? What the fuck's gonna happen? Don't you
A
dare
lot.
be more handsome underneath of that thing."
Well, a lot of people said that because they were like, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, what is underneath it?
Yeah.
And I forgot. It's really itchy. No,
Yeah.
Not enjoying it because I've got stubble. I've got stubble coming through now.
Mm-hmm.
Beard's coming back. I'm going to keep stubble, I think, for a while.
Are you gonna try and regrow it for Kind of Funny Live too? Or did you not hear me? Can you hear me, Tom? Tom?
Sorry, I got an echo from the YouTube video.
Oh,
So
I was like, Tom, are you okay? Are you still with
we're
me?
good. We're good. I basically just went mad because it was like then a 10-second delay on everything, and it was like coming through.
I was looking into your eyes, like, is he okay?
I couldn't work out which was the real voice, and it really threw me off. We're back. We're fine.
Yeah, are you gonna try and regrow it for Kind of Funny Live too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because I'm having more success without the beard. Let's put it that way.
Oh, okay.
hmm
Just a little hint to the fellas out there. It's just clean shaven. No, you look good. You look sharp.
Well, just, stubble.
How's life treating you, Tom?
At the moment, it's very good. So I'm a freelancer now. I do freelance graphic design work and stuff like that. And it keeps me busy. I also do a bar job as well, and it's a bit full on at the moment to be able to pay for events and all that jazz. But it's worth it in the long run. But it's tiring, but it's good. Like today, I've had the most productive day I've had for like weeks and weeks and weeks. But I have that. I have days where I'm like this, and then days where I just don't do anything.
Yeah, you seem like to become like way more productive since like I don't know the last time I saw you. Like now you've got your own show.
I do.
Tea Time, which is
Tea
cool.
Time.
It's
no sense, but it exists.
Wonderfully British.
That's its aim. Well, because the weird thing, because I'm in a weird situation where obviously I'm English with an American audience, if it were, and like, yeah, it's a weird situation to be in. But it's like, so I thought I'll take advantage of the Britishness and just drink a cup of tea while I talk about random crap. To be honest, it's not very insightful. It's more like a lot of people just say to me they tend to watch it while they're eating breakfast or like having a quick coffee and having a quick tea break because it's quite chilled out. There's like some little music in the background and it isn't hyper. It's like it's like you're sitting in the room with me and just having a little chat basically.
Yeah, it is very much like a talk over tea. Like I was drinking coffee when I was watching.
Santil every morning, every Saturday morning. Santil wakes up. Do you know Santil? Ryan Santil?
I do not.
You don't know Ryan Santil? Oh wow!
I think he follows me on Twitter, but
he probably does. Tim loves him. He's like Tim thinks of him as his #1 fan kind of thing. And he sends me a Snapchat every morning. He wakes up and he makes coffee and he watches my show, which is awesome.
That's adorable. I really like your teacup that'll tell you how much milk is in it.
What, the one that has the colour chart, do you mean?
Yeah, the colour chart, yeah.
Yeah, so I have mine classic British, as I should.
I typically, the past couple of weeks, I've just been drinking tea with a little bit of sugar in it, no milk. Like a savage American animal. But
Don't think about that.
Yeah, I know that's a little rough. It's straining our friendship right now. But thanks for coming on. Also,
no, I've been excited to. As soon as you approached me saying you wanted me on here, I was excited.
That's awesome. That's super sweet to say as well. It's always hard because we've had like British Isle guests on before. Just a couple before. It's always like I know it's difficult to schedule considering we record kind of late in the evening on the East Coast. But at least we're not on the West Coast, because God knows it'd be like 7 in the morning for you.
Valid. Or like, yeah, so either like you'd have to film at midnight for you, and then it'd be 8 in the morning for me. Something like that. Yeah, because the times are all a bit whack. And obviously, but now we're on saving, whatever it is, daylight saving.
We're in like the 2-week period between when you guys switch times and when we have switched times. So I'm like, this is it. This is the time to get Tom on.
The thing is, it's fucked me up though, because like Colin Greg Live's on an hour early. It's just fucked with everything.
Yeah. If you want to know like a weird this is a good thing, daylight savings time for me. Back in 2008, before Super Smash Bros. Brawl came out for the Wii, I would check the Smash Brothers website, which would update every weekday at 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, which is 4 p.m. Japanese Standard Time. And when daylight savings happened, because they don't do that in Japan, because they know the world makes sense, it would switch to 2 a.m. and I didn't have to stay up as late and be as tired for school. So sometimes daylight savings times in different places can be a good thing.
Well, what confuses me is, I don't get why.
Outside of everything I just said, what confuses you? Go on.
No, so like, I don't get why you have it a week before.
Yeah. I don't.
So we go back a week before. Sorry, when we put ours back, forward, back, whichever way it is, whatever one comes first.
Forward.
And then is it forwards?
Yeah, we lose an hour, so we go forward an hour.
Yeah, is that this one?
That's
this one. We go forward. So no, I'm talking about the other one. We go back.
Yep.
We go back a week before you do. So why do you go forward 2 weeks before us? How the fuck does that work?
So you basically have a shorter daylight savings window.
Overall. I know, but why? By 3 weeks, effectively.
I didn't know you guys did it at all, so... It's the government's just trying to fuck with us.
Everyone's trying to fuck with us. Thing is, that is another issue I have with the time zone difference. And for streaming, it's incredibly difficult for me.
Because you have a predominantly American audience.
Predominantly American audience, so like probably 70-80%, I'd say. Probably that high.
Yeah.
And it means that I have to, if I want to do a stream at a good time, I have to do it at midnight for me. And a good stream is what, 3-4 hours? I have to stream till 4 in the morning when I've been at work all day. It's a bit difficult.
Yeah, when we were playing earlier this week, it was what, 5 p.m. your time? It was like noon mine.
I think we did it during the day. It was like the day one, wasn't it? So I think that was pretty more like 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So
okay. Yeah.
That was good fun though. That was good fun. We need to do that again. Yeah, it was good fun.
Cool. You're doing awesome stuff. We'll obviously get to the part where you talk about where people can find more of your content. But thank you for coming on again.
No problem at all.
Justin, how's life, man?
Same old, same old.
You're with me in person.
You.
Are you not usually in person? Where are you usually?
No, Justin lives in Pennsylvania, which is
where do you? Okay.
2 states up to the left. So it's about what, 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours drive, depends.
Yeah. You came down so we could record a bunch of Let's Plays together.
Yes. I can't wait to do the other one besides the one we're doing already.
It's probably not going to happen.
It better happen. We'll make it happen.
We recorded 15 episodes today. It was like a total of like 6 hours.
That's a good effort.
I was going to say, it can't be.
It had to have been like 6 hours straight of recording. Oh, well, maybe 5 hours, because we did like 11:30 to... or like 12 noon, like to 5 straight almost.
Something like that. Something.
I was really tired.
Yes, you were.
Afterwards.
I'm still tired.
I'm still tired, but I'm a little bit more awake now. And then you're also here because we were recording MUP tomorrow.
Yes, that also helps. Sort of.
So that's going to be another 4 hours of my life. I can't get back. That's the anime podcast that posts on IrrationalPod.com. Or at least will someday again.
Eventually.
That our friend Greg hosts. Greg Blaney, not Greg Miller. Don't worry. That'd be weird if Greg Miller hosted it.
I mean, it'd be a great catch for you.
Oh yeah. Just good
managed to convince him. Yeah, for sure.
It'd be great just to hear him talk about anime though, just in general.
Yeah, I don't watch enough anime really.
Yeah. Neither do I. So.
I started watching Attack on Titan a bit. I got a bit of the way through it. But I don't. To be honest, like there's a bit of, it's like an irony, isn't it, to trying to get into the industry, is that it kills you. You don't have any time for anything.
Yeah, it burns through your whole soul.
Yeah, and so Monday I managed to put like 10 hours, 12 hours into the Division in one day. But before that, I just haven't had any time. That's the only so I played Monday and I played 2 hours last night, and that's all I've played games this week.
Yeah,
and a bit of Hitman Go this morning.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You get like one good day. When you're freelancing, you get like one good day to play, and then everything else you have to like focus in on, putting stuff out there. Yeah, getting money. And then I mean, Nabishin has become my freelance coach.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a second, but yeah, like it's a very like, it's dividing your time in a very like uncomfortable way, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, the thing is, also I thought work always comes at the same time. Like I didn't have anything for about. I had about 4 days where I didn't have any work on, so I was like looking for work and then just like in and out of it, applying for random gaming jobs, and then this couple of weeks I've had like this week and last week have been mad, just like 10, 12-hour days, and it's like you got to do what you got to do, really.
Yeah, it's exhausting, but sometimes it's worth it.
Oh, definitely worth it. I love being able to like, because I say it's a 10, 12-hour day. I don't get up till like 9:30 if I don't want to. This means I have to work really late in the evening.
Exactly.
So,
I don't know, Justin. How's life?
It's literally the same old.
Yeah,
it's just like whatever.
Yeah,
Yep.
You're wearing a Rational Passion shirt.
Yeah, I bought this thing from you guys.
Looks super lovely.
I
think I like the shirts. I think more than anyone else that got them, and I didn't even get one.
You don't get one.
You're going to get one, right?
I'm going to get one. Yeah, I actually got an email from someone at Teespring today, and I was like, okay, we'll talk. So hopefully,
So what happened?
So we did the campaign.
Yeah.
And you've done a campaign, so maybe you can fill me in a little bit on this. But like, Tony bought one of our shirts, and he's on this show, so he probably didn't have to do that. But like, I wasn't gonna buy in on one of our shirts just because I didn't have the money. So
I know that story.
yeah. But maybe they'll send us some, because Bridget sent a very nice email to me. I don't know if Bridget is what contacted the Nerds guys as well.
Okay.
But I'll see.
I don't know. Well, because the original 7 Nerds shirts, I got printed from someone I know who does T-shirt printing in England. I just sent them the files and got it printed. But then we obviously set up the Teespring campaign, and then Fred bought an extra one on there. I only think Fred did. I don't even know if Sean did. But yeah, Teespring is really good. I need to do one for myself at some point. People keep asking me. I made a design and I wasn't happy with it, so I didn't do it.
I was because I really like the beard design, like the one I guess it's your Google picture. I would totally wear a shirt with that on there. I know you don't have the beard anymore, but like it's still very Tom Hawkins symbolic.
I think it is, yeah. I mean, I still haven't updated all my branding yet. I haven't had time. It's a bit annoying.
All my branding's off.
Yeah, basically I've got to shave all my branding. I've got to work out what I want to do with it, really. I can't decide. I might speak to Andy and see if he can come up with something cool, but
yeah, of course you can.
Very talented young man.
Yeah. Scott, life, talk to me.
Nothing too interesting.
All right, cool.
However,
never mind.
I do believe
Bye.
that's why I was late today.
Why were you late? Why is Tony not here?
Tony. I can't speak for Tony, but this is why I'm late.
You were eating. You're still eating.
I just got this. I was sitting there. They were getting takeout, and they left. I want to say at 5:10. So they called it in. They left to go get it at 5:10. So I was like, all right, this will be here before the show.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
No,
wow.
Not even close.
Jesus. Is it Chinese takeout or Japanese takeout, or are you just eating it with chopsticks because you wanted to?
It's Japanese takeout.
Okay.
Weeaboo.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, are you just a weeb? Like, is this who you are, Scott? Cool. Well, what did you get? It looked delicious. Your camera just keeps moving.
Yeah.
We are going on a journey.
I tried to point it up towards my face. And then it immediately slid down to this position.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
Looks good.
Yeah. I like the part where your keyboard has backlit. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to pay for that.
I can't even.
Oh,
Maybe is the dream dead on the Scott camera? No, it's not. Put it on the monitor.
Not yet. That's what I just did. That's where it just was.
Okay.
So for every time I do it, it does one of two things.
Yeah.
I'll just simulate it. It'll stay like around here for a little bit. It will slide down to here. The part that holds it up will not actually hold the camera. It will bend and it will continue to.
You can like bend it around. You can get some duct tape. This is what you need to get.
When I try and do this, when I try and level it out, maybe more of a shot up here,
yeah.
he just does this.
Just get a hot forehead shot.
It eventually slides to that.
Okay.
So
how have you not fixed this? I don't get how.
We're only in week 2. Okay, so we're working it out as we go along.
It's week 2, and I'd rather have it so there's not just some gigantic structure just in the way all the time.
Why don't you stand up?
Yeah, just stand and hold your microphone up. This is great.
No, I can't stand still. I'd be pacing.
Yeah, you'd be walking around.
I'd honestly tangle myself up in the headphone cord.
Yeah, you'd be dead in minutes at most.
No. I'm not gonna die from tangling myself up. I'm not you, Alex.
You're right.
Never sleep with headphones on.
Fair enough. Never sleep with headphones on. You'll choke yourself out. Like
I've woken up before with them wrapped around my neck.
Jeez.
I know. This was a couple of years ago.
Have you ever done like the sleep with gum in your mouth?
No.
I did it because my parents told me not to, of course. And I had long hair at the time, and it got fucking super tangled up in my hair, and they had to fucking shave my head. So never again.
Are you growing your hair? Are you going long again?
I am growing my hair out. We're gonna see where this goes. I might break and cut it before Kind of Funny Live too, because I gotta look good for them hot photo ops. You know what I mean?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for that event.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Nobishin.
Nothing.
Not a thing. Not a day goes by. Thank you, Nobishin, for being my coach. You're like my hype man. Like really. You're my guy. Maybe you're my guy. You're my Tony, Nobishin.
I mean, no problem, man. It's like sometimes you, when you see like it's like one of those things. Like if you see something, like you see like someone has so much talent, so much potential in them, and you want to just like help them any way you can. It's just a matter of just like trying to help them out. That's all it is. Really.
Yeah, I mean, for people's reference, we can talk about it now since I know it's not going to happen at this point. I've been like working on something to pitch to Giant Bomb, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. Timing didn't work out, which happens. But like, yeah, it's definitely something I've been like chipping away at, and Nobishin's basically been my coach, like kind of like pointing me in the right direction, giving me ideas on how I can improve, and the person I've been keeping updated on what I've been hearing back, and like just telling me, positive things, positive thinking, and giving me the encouragement I need to like just put it out there. And it's something that like I finally put out there this week. Again, it didn't go through, but it came together as like something I'm really proud of. So at the very least, I have like 3 solid ideas that I can workshop and maybe take somewhere else. You've been a good resource to have. We've had this constant flow of text messages and kind of that interaction has been really, really valuable. So I don't know, like, because I've never done like freelance video or design work, Tom. So I don't know how that's different as far as the pitching process goes, but
a lot of it's recommendation with design and video stuff. I don't think that really works with writing articles, does it?
Yeah.
You don't really recommend someone to write an article for you, do you? Generally, you send a pitch. So the work I've got at the moment is like, it's actually come through my bar job, which is interesting. So because I've got a bar job, I'm working with these people that are trying to set up their other little companies. So one's they're starting a new company where they're setting up a new restaurant, and they want a website for that. And then there's another couple of guys that are setting up an outdoor catering company, and they want me to do the design for that one as well. Mm-hmm. And then I've got a couple of solid gigs that are just rolling over every month, and I've had big months for those, so that's good. And then the video work. I don't really get much paid video work yet, but I should start getting a regular ones soon with the company we know.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Cool. That's exciting. Yeah, it is kind of like you formulate this very crafted, like very specific and directed idea, and then you send it to an editor with clips that kind of prove like, hey, this is the stuff I've done before. I'm independent. I'm reliable. This is why you should hire me, and then kind of hope for the best.
Yeah, well, because I've looked. I know a bit about it because I looked at doing it ages ago, probably about a year ago actually. I thought, okay, yeah, maybe I could do some writing. I did a little bit of writing, And I never sent anything off, but I looked at sending it off, so I do know a bit of the inside of that. And then I stumbled into video editing.
Yeah, I
somehow.
Well, you've turned it into an art form, I think.
Well, it's weird because I haven't even been doing it a year yet.
That's a good sign. That just means you're only going to get better.
Yeah, hopefully. Like, so within 6 months of me starting video editing, I had those videos played at PSX, and I had one at PSX and one at TwitchCon. Which is madness. It's madness. Absolutely mad.
Yeah. Just shows hard work pays off, right?
Hopefully.
So yeah, I that's been kind of dominating my week. A few other things, sending out some other stuff, but been a better week. After I wrote a little thing about depression.
I read it
this week. Oh, good. I wrote a thing and it's like I really didn't know what people were gonna say after that. Like,
well, you kind of didn't want them to say anything.
Yeah, like my thing was like I kind of hope no one says anything, but people read it and they're just like maybe they walk away with it feeling like, okay, I know a little bit more about this person and this thing, and like
or they relate to it. Yeah,
I got like way more like from like coworkers, especially like because I posted on Facebook as well, just in case anybody wanted to. So like from my coworkers, that like a lot of people reached out to me and said like, hey, like I've had friends that have been dealing with this, and like it's really hard for me to kind of understand what they're going through, obviously, and this helps. Like I think I obviously don't understand, but I think I have a better idea of where they're coming from when they feel like frustrated or something like that when trying to talk to me about it.
For sure. I know.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go on. You
go. They just kind of said like, "Thank you for kind of putting it this way." Yeah. And a couple other people reached out on Twitter. Some people sent me direct messages, which again, it was a thing of like you said, Nabishan. I didn't necessarily want people like putting anything on me. That wasn't the point. Like I wasn't trying to get that response, but I appreciate people who were saying like, "Hey, like." Who didn't say, "Hey, feel better, dude"? Like, there was one person that wrote that on Facebook, and I deleted that comment.
Wow.
I
That's not good.
That person.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think being able to admit that is a good thing, and I think stating that you don't want people to reply proves that it's not a call out, and in the way that you did, because obviously a lot of people will say something and be like, "Oh, don't pester me about it," like about anything else, not necessarily about depression, about anything. They'll be like, "Oh, don't pester me about this thing that's happening," but they mean it. You came across in a genuinely sincere way, which will mean that you weren't just you were putting it out there to explain to people and for people to relate to, and it's good.
Yeah, it like. The way I did it, like I did it in that very direct, like don't fucking do this, like and like I mean this because like it's actually like it is an issue, and then kind of like stepping back and saying like I know that sounds mean and it sounds like apathetic, but like that's not what it is. It's like kind of like I don't need to be reminded about the issues that I'm very well aware of. So
I think it came across perfectly.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, having people kind of say thank you to that piece as opposed to like, hey, hang in there was like totally not at all what I expected, and I really appreciate everyone that kind of reached out and said something like that. So yeah, that was a really good. That made me feel really good. Like just not even like the response to it, but just like writing that and like feeling that out onto the page and then putting.
I think being able to admit it is great.
Yeah, it's always been something that I've been very comfortable to talk about. And it's not necessarily like I don't like wear it on my sleeve or anything, but like I would rather like have people know that I'm someone who deals with it and I'm still trucking forward, and know like that is a possible thing. Like life can kind of get on track in some ways. Yeah. I'm not saying...
I think people would generally be surprised who suffers from it.
Yeah.
If you like really dug into it, it's more people than you think.
Yeah. Especially like a couple of my coworkers have taken me aside and talked to me a little bit about it, and it's like they're definitely people that I would not have expected, but like now we have that there's that relationship there, that there's that understanding that I think is really valuable as well. But we just got a text from Tony saying he will be here in 10 minutes, so just as an update to people.
For everyone. He didn't text me. I'm disappointed.
It's all right. I mean, to be fair, he'd have to pay like $45 to send a text.
He would, yeah.
So, I think think that's everything. I think we can probably start the real show for realsies now.
For realsies.
Tom, what are you using to record your own audio, if you don't mind me asking? Because we just use Audacity. I don't know if like you're using anything else.
I was just going to use QuickTime Player, and then I can export it into whatever you wanted.
Yeah,
that's how I can do it quick. I'd have to download Audacity and get it all set up. I record everything for QuickTime Player on everything I do, and then I export it as an MP4. MP3,
MP4, MP3. I can use those file formats. I would do a test recording. Make sure you're recording from the right device. Because
I am. I can. So if you ever record with QuickTime, there's like a drop down.
Yeah.
And so I'm recording with the correct device.
Okay, cool.
Because let me just double check that the audio from here is coming through. Is that settings? Yeah, we're good.
That's the one issue that like always sneaks up on me. So I want to make sure, and I want you to sound beautiful for this show. So we're gonna make you sound dope. I got 2 Snapchats, one from Danny Juarez and the other from Roger Picorni, just saying that they wanted you to know that they think you're beautiful.
I love them too. I love you, Roger. And Danny. You're amazing.
All right. So I'm gonna count down from 5 to 1, and
is Scott even here?
Do we record on 1 or on 0?
On 1. There's
okay.
no go. We don't do the go thing around these parts.
Okay, good.
Scott, are you here?
1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I mean, I can only see your ceiling.
You're relying on the camera now?
Oh, how pshaw. I'm gonna take this.
Yeah, no, I just need to make sure that all right, everything's good.
Do you want to get cups for this?
Yeah. Keep it chilled, at least.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm gonna go get cups for drinking ware. So
if you just want to take a mini break here first.
Yeah, let's do a mini break. If you need to pee,
then you just wait for Tony, then sync everybody up at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
You're good, Tom. All right. Do you need a beer as well?
No, I'm just gonna be drinking that.
Okay, so plenty for you.
It's bigger than the last one.
Yesterday's bottle. Yeah, we're gonna kill it.
Plus I have water, so that'll save me.
Tony's here. That's good.
Tony's here. Tony's coming in hot.
Hey, Tony.
Who the fuck is that guy?
It's Tom Hawkins.
Not that one.
Oh, Justin. I was like, you know, Justin. He's got a dope shirt on.
I see that.
It's a pretty bad shirt.
Did you just wake up, Tony?
No.
Okay. Are you just sick and dying?
Man, I wish that I could have just woken up. I had work today and everything.
Okay. We just finished bonus content.
Yeah, I heard.
We're about to start the for real show.
Uh-huh.
For real?
That's why I'm here.
Tom, Tony, Tom.
Hey.
I said hello already.
Oh,
don't worry about it. Good. Yeah, I did.
You're beautiful.
I said, hey Tony, what's up?
That happened. I remembered it.
And then I said, coming in hot.
I heard that option.
I want to not remember that it happened just now.
Wow, look at this. Is clear. Like it's actual.
Wow.
I wouldn't even know.
Water?
Yeah, it looks like water. It's like pristine.
Water.
Like
looks like water.
Water.
Back. And the break plan worked.
It looks like water. Do you want me to say it like Harry Potter? Next?
Oh, can you do an English accent? Can everyone have a go?
So we're doing an English accent.
You can't do it at all.
No, I that's not my best one. That's just my like totally exaggerated one. If you want
to hear it,
I do it like 17 different ways in my folklore let's play. It's fucking something. Holy shit!
Send me a link to it at some point. I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's probably gonna start going up in a couple weeks. So.
Whenever you want to.
Yeah, Justin had to fucking like lean away from the mic constantly.
Why did you start doing an English accent?
Is it set in?
It's like set in like an Irish or English like Hamlet or something like that.
Island.
Okay. Is it ye old English?
Yeah, the town is called Dublin.
Dublin.
How's it spelled?
Doolin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
oh,
God.
There's a telephone booth in the town
Telephone.
that says TELEFON, and I'm like, well,
are they just deliberately misspelling shit for a laugh?
Tony, are you ready to start recording?
I'm already recording.
Well,
oh dear.
You don't need to do that.
Hold fire.
Hold fire, indeed.
Stop! It's too late. Of the little bit of head we've got there.
Way better than the one I had yesterday.
Yeah, it's good. Last week it was shoulder.
The other one.
We got Saki.
All right.
That's good. Scott's forehead is back.
Yeah.
Finally.
It's long waited to return.
Unfortunately, hair is in the way.
Yeah, it's fine. Cut that shit, Scott.
Scott, you should just get your head shaved.
I mean, he has before. Well, I guess not completely. Oof. That'd be weird. Tom, you should grow the beard back and then shave your head.
No.
Okay.
I've got good hair at the moment. I want to make the most of it.
You do have good hair.
Yeah.
Justin, are you ready?
If I say no, you're going to continue anyways.
Scott, you good?
Hold on. Right now it's kind of in a stable spot. Let's see if I can...
Oh my god, the camera again.
Guys, I know you're busy.
Yeah.
I know that it's not necessarily something that you wanted.
Yeah.
But I really think that you should try and work Danganronpa into your Game of the Year podcast.
Tony, are you ready?
I was about to say I love that Dangan groped you.
Yeah, the dragon groped
the dragon groped him.
The dragon groped him.
That's
a fun VN visual novella.
No, that's Omega Quintet.
All right, Tom, you good?
I'm ready.
Okay, on 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Danganronpa.
If we say
we're also assuming that there's no delay from America to here.
Well, I can handle that in post, but I'm glad that you're concerned about it.
Yeah, the only problem would be if it was time traveled slower over there or faster over there than it did here.
To be fair, that's a worry. Doctor Who happens in England, so fuck knows what's going on over there.
Doctor Who does happen in England.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
And Downton Abbey.
Yeah.
Have you been up to 1400 yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
If we're talking about ELO or some shit like that.
We are.
I just want to know if Scott has wizards to trade me yet. Shut up.
I don't.
What is going on?
I don't know. I think it's a video game that maybe we'll talk about.
Oh, we will.
Okay.
Oh, you can bet we're going to talk about some iOS games this week.
Oh god, I saw you go down that dark rabbit hole, and I was like,
"Oh wait,
come back."
Let me check today's last 24 hours. Hold on. Maybe I think it's better because I was working.
And it's been a full 5 seconds.
Well, I will tell you, Alex, that he asked me to go down that rabbit hole with him, and I said no.
Okay.
And then he went
on
that
rabbit
hole.
And then you went down the rabbit hole. Okay, good.
He totally did.
All right. We'll find out. All right. We all ready?
Yeah.
No.
Well, Tom,
wait.
I'll wait.
If he says no, and I also say no, stop the presses. I need to get water.
Damn.
Come on, guys. This is what happens when we get
You want me to get scratch throat halfway through this podcast?
Right,
no water allowed.
You've got literally 1 minute.
No water?
No water.
Gotcha.
Water.
No water.
No water allowed, sir.
No water. All right, Tony, you've got 1 minute. Go.
I fucking know. I'll be back.
Well, now you got 55 seconds. So, do you have any questions for me, Tom, about the recording of the show? Since we've got some downtime.
No.
Okay. Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. I'm not worried about it.
How long is it?
10 hours.
Roughly. Okay, cool.
We'll see.
Well, so the last one was 3.5 hours, including bonus.
Yeah, I mean the bonus content also includes the breaks, though.
Okay.
Keep this in mind. So like we're gonna after like an hour of audio, we'll take a break, and then typically we move on to news at that point. But we probably got a lot of games to talk about this week. We'll see. I don't have much to talk about, and
I deliberately played an extra game.
Yeah, and Tom only played one game, but God knows how Scott and Tony are going to go deep on this.
I played 2 games. I played an extra game. I added a game.
I see it now.
I played one just so I could talk about it.
The timer's up. I don't know. Like Tony's not back yet. I guess we should kill him.
Yeah, I've got a couple things to talk about.
There's a bunch of news, but I just want to focus in on a couple things out of that, and the voicemail. And I have a closing segment that won't take very long, but I wanted to maybe introduce it. Typically, we do a closing topic that's like not about video games as like kind of a palate cleanser at the end.
Does it have a name?
It does.
Sorbet.
Does it have a name this time?
It's called Tom Hawkins Bay. Yes, it does.
I'll take that. I'll take it.
And then we
call
do
it sorbet.
sorbet.
Yeah. If it's the palate cleanser at the end.
Should I call it tea time?
No, it should be called sorbet.
Should I call it tea Tom?
What?
Sorbet. SORBAE.
No. Oh, I like it. Okay, I'll get where you go. I was like, if you just spell that really badly, I was like, oh no, okay. Put a long day, right?
And then we do titles at the end. I don't know if you listened to all of last week's show.
Sorbet, my girlfriend after
like 20
sex.
minutes.
Okay, yeah. So we do basically. Nobishin's gonna write down stupid shit we say throughout the whole show, and then we read them at the end of the show, and we're like, "Oh yeah, that happened." And then we pick one that we want to be the title, and then we record that, and I move that to the beginning.
Interesting.
That's how the magic happens. All right, let's start this shit. It's no longer Saturday. No, it still is for you, Tom. Good.
Yep, still Saturday. This is going to be a 2-day podcast, technically.
Yes. It is Saturday, March 19th, 2016, and you're listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I am Alex O'Neill, and with me this week, I have Scott Guthier.
Hello.
Tony Horvath.
Hello.
In the room with me, I have Justin Graffius.
I like sake.
And across the internets, we have Brian Nobishin Jackson.
I can't do it today. No.
Okay.
I took care of it for you, bro.
I think we ruined it for you, Nobishin.
Yeah.
And joining us this week, special guest, Mr. Tom Hawkins.
Hello.
Hi.
What's
Hello.
going on? Hello, Governor. Oi, Governor.
Yeah. Tom, can you do your worst British accent or English accent? I don't know what's not offensive, so.
My words, it's generally what you guys do is you talk a bit like this, where you kind of talk like, I don't know what it is, but that's how you guys talk.
Yeah,
where
like, you get like weirdly high pitched for no
good
reason.
Really weirdly high pitched, and you're talking like everything's a question.
It's wondering if what's going on is going to happen.
That is it. That's it.
That's exactly it. Tom, you are a lovely English chap, I believe. That's the
thank
term,
you. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Chap is a real term, yeah.
Bloke?
Bloke is another one, yeah.
Okay,
Either.
cool.
Either, you choose.
And you have graced us from your somewhere English time, whatever. Like it's like 11 p.m. at night for you.
It's 11:51.
Yeah,
to be precise. Yeah. In a small village in England.
A small village. Are you like actually in a small village though?
Yeah, genuinely. Population maybe 2,000-3,000.
Wow, that is cool. I've
There's
always wanted
one
to live
shop.
in a small town.
There's one shop. It shuts at about 8 o'clock.
Okay.
But 2 pubs.
Only 2 pubs.
Used to be 3,
okay.
But the third one shot his fiancée in the face with a shotgun.
That's nice.
Oh shit!
True story.
That means there's a market open for you to step in on. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
They're building a shop there, which is a treat.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Some insight into where I live.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to dig deep, you could find out based on that information.
You're a lovely man. I met you in December.
You did.
in person.
Did we meet at PSX?
We did.
Yeah.
Because you weren't at Kind of Funny Live, unfortunately.
I was not. I did my first video 2 days before Kind of Funny Live, or maybe it was even a few days afterwards. So I wasn't really involved in the community when that started. Mm-hmm. So I thought about going, and I was like, it's not really worth it because I wasn't anyone in the community at the time. Mm-hmm. I've made a slight improvement on that.
Yeah, now look at you. You're like a big name as far as Kind of Funny kind of Funyuns are concerned. That's my preferred term. Yeah. You're also you do video editing. You have a little video series called Tea Time.
I do.
You're like associated with the Nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Sean Pitts' Gaggle.
Yeah. Helped rebrand.
Yeah.
And all that jazz.
Yeah. And you're also just like a really lovely person.
Thank you.
So thanks for coming on, Tom. If people want, just like to throw it out there right at the beginning, if people want to see more of your stuff or know more about you, where can they find you on the internet?
I'm on Twitter.
Okay.
Twitter. At Tom Hawkins 5. Everything's I'm here. I'm on Twitter. I'm at Tom Hawkins 5. Twitch is /Tom Hawkins 5. YouTube is /Tom Hawkins 5. Mm-hmm. Then it gets a bit vague after that.
Yeah.
Just they're the main three.
Then you get into like darknet territory where
Snapchat's like... then Hawk1N5 gets a bit mad.
Yeah.
Instagram's like Tom Hawk1N5. It starts. They were taken. Yeah. And Snapchat was before I knew what I was doing with it.
I do like Tom Hawkins 5 though, because the 5 for the S, it's cute.
Well, the S is taken all the time. It's a pretty common name, so it's like hard to grab that. So I ran with Hawkins 5, but people get confused. They always think it's Hawkins 5, and I'm like, why would I be the fifth?
You're the fifth Hawkins.
Yeah.
Well, in my heart of hearts, you're the only Tom Hawkins that matters. So.
Oh, thank you. There's an Australian football player called Tom Hawkins who's way more famous than me.
Yeah, but he's less cool.
Well, he's pretty hench.
All right, fair enough. So you're going to join us for this show. Justin, you're in town.
I am here.
You are the host of Malicious Underground Podcast X. You're in town for
animes.
For the anime. We're recording Mupp X tomorrow, so people who watch the video version of this, they can look forward to the video version of that as well.
Greg's finally returning.
Greg is making his triumphant return.
I think.
I talked to Greg on Skype for about an hour this week.
Are you sure it was Greg?
Yeah, and he's alive. I was really surprised. I'm like, hey, are you like okay? Like, like how's Florida? And he's like, I don't know, it's really nice. I like live 10 minutes away walking from the Gulf of Mexico, and I'm like, that sounds real nice. And then he bragged about that first, and I'm like, it's too hot down there. And then he made fun of me, and then he told me he was alive. So I think Greg's okay.
I like that he told you alive. He was alive at the end.
Yeah, he just reiterated it. So as like a parting message, I knew he'd be okay. After I hung up the Skype conversation, I should have like gathered questions from Tony, Scott, and Abishan just to ask him, because obviously he'll never talk to any of them again.
That's not true. I've spoken with Greg.
Okay, when was the last time you talked to Greg?
When he was like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey, Greg."
Okay, good.
It's a good conversation.
It was real tight, like a real tight. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
succinct.
We don't need more than that, unlike some people.
Yeah, I mean,
I think me and Greg did like the same thing. I forget what it was over though, but it wasn't over the phone.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I was talking to him over the phone, but I was using Skype on my phone. If that makes you feel any better, Scott. But yeah, you're here. You're also here, and this will lead right into our housekeeping segment. To record a whole bunch of Let's Plays.
Yeah, we're playing a game called
Folklore. The classic 2007 PlayStation 3 game from Studio Japan, which I did not realize that game was made by Studio Japan. Nabishin, you're like one of the only other people in the world that played that game, right?
Yeah.
Tom, do you even know what Folklore is?
No.
It is a game made by Studio Japan about like these two characters, like I guess they might be English or Irish, either or, that go to this small town in the British Isles territory, let's say.
The UK, roughly.
And they the UK, roughly. And they like stumble into this murder mystery, and then they like transport into the world of fairies. and there's a bunch of like folks, like fairy creatures.
Okay.
Like
that's like a daily occurrence for everyone in England, really.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Narnia is actually just like one of the counties in England, right? Like
no, there's a door to Narnia in every village.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
you're in a small village, 2,000-3,000 people. Door to Narnia is just on that. It's where that third pub shop is going to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's just normal. Yeah.
So I mean, this is basically this weird like this is what Japan thinks England is like, and it's pretty great.
It's pretty good.
It's also like super anime, which I don't remember it being. So we recorded a whole bunch of that. We're gonna record some more of that, and that's gonna come out soon. But outside of that, stuff that went up on IrrationalPassions.com. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's a website.
I haven't.
I've heard of it.
It's okay. We invited our newest contributor, which I'm really excited to finally talk openly about. Mr. JC Ramirez, who you might know as Silver PR, who sends us a voicemail pretty much every week. He's going to be writing about the Capcom Pro Tour, which started kind of in, I guess, this month in March, and he's working on like a roundup. Basically, there are a bunch of tournaments throughout the year, and this first post that he wrote kind of breaks down how when the tournaments happen, how they work, and the finals that are going to happen in December for Street Fighter V, like how they pull the people who participate in that tournament. It was all really interesting. I didn't actually know how any of it was going to work, and he approached me. He's like, "Hey, since they're kind of relaunching this stuff with Street Fighter V, I thought it'd be a good time to maybe get some more people into like watching and talking about the fighting game tournaments. It's something I really like." So I took him up on it, and he wrote it. It's on the site now. So if you're curious about how that works, he kind of does a very detailed breakdown of where everybody comes from and how it all works. And he's going to be basically doing roundups of all the monthly tournaments going forward, with a little bit of his commentary thrown in there. So I'm pretty excited to see where that goes. I also brought back a super old feature, editorial feature on the website called Morning After. The last one I wrote was about the Vita TV announcement. Not even like the PlayStation TV, the Vita TV back in 2013. So I wrote one about PlayStation VR, kind of summarizing all the information we know now after the date and price were announced, which we'll talk about in news, and just kind of putting my opinion out there on that. So that is up as well. And then maybe Tony's got something coming?
It's coming.
Okay, it's coming. That'll be up next week, and then maybe more stuff. Silver PR is already working on that March roundup for the Capcom Pro Tour, so maybe that'll be up next week as well. So all that stuff, and of course, Tony and I are playing Omega Quintet on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/IrrationalPassions. That is, you've been watching it, Justin.
Miss Mimosa's best character.
Yeah, Miss Mimosa, best/oldest anime girl ever. She's like almost 30, I guess.
Anime woman.
Anime woman. You're correct. So yeah, that's a great series. So you should watch that. And that's about it. So let's get right into video games. Tom, what have you been playing?
The Division mainly. Monday I put about 10-12 hours into it. Mm-hmm. Put a few hours in last night. And then I've also played a little bit of Hitman Go this afternoon because I got sent a copy of it, so I was like, sent a code for it, so I thought I'd give it a go.
Yeah. What do you think of the Division? We played a little bit together this week.
We did. I'm enjoying it. I love it. I love all Tom Clancy games though. Like they always get me. So like Siege, I played a lot of. And then this I prefer to because obviously people compare this to Destiny a lot, don't they? But I prefer this to Destiny. I prefer the style, I prefer the setting, I prefer everything to do with it. I'm enjoying getting the clothes. I'm hooked to that. I've now got a sweet ass purple jacket.
Have you gotten a scarf yet?
Yeah, I got a scarf because I unlocked the clothes vendor. So now I can go get clothes every day.
Okay.
And skins and stuff. So I keep doing that. Yeah, I'm loving it. I wish I could put more time into it. I'm wanting to play it all the time, which is good.
We rolled with a group of I'm guessing your friends, or they were just British people.
There are two other British people from the community. Wow. There's Mike Tyson and Callum Morin are their names. They're just from the Kind of Funny UK page, and they know of we know of each other.
Yeah, that was
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, your Twitch page.
That was Monday. And we streamed it, so you were on. Yeah, you were on the stream.
Yeah, English People Save America, right?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, and then you were the guest Englishman, honorary.
I was an honorary Englishman for a day.
Yeah.
Did not speak in the accent because I thought I would alienate the viewers.
Even though all the viewers are American.
Yeah, even though it was all American viewers. But no, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was actually the first time I've gotten to play in a group.
Like a proper group for me as well.
Yeah. We had like the team rolling together, got way too ambitious, just went for a mission way higher level than us.
Yeah.
And we made it happen.
It was good. It was great fun. I think it's way more fun with 4 people. Mm-hmm. And then it is just way more fun. I had to go. Did you play with Fred as well?
I haven't actually yet.
No, so I played with Fred and Sean for a bit, and then it was just me and Fred for a while. But yeah, it's better with people. I think I played it by myself for a bit, and it's okay, but definitely prefer in a group.
I definitely
with a group.
I think the exploration aspect of it is like that's really enjoyable. As like a single player guy, like it reminds me a lot. I've made this comparison a few times. It reminds me a lot of Dying Light, honestly, in that like this kind of destroyed landscape. Very urban. There's a lot of like buildings and areas to explore. And I don't know, like seeing that environmental storytelling that they lay out for the city is really cool. And I could do that single player a lot. But yeah, the story is nothing to write home about.
I don't even know what's going on. No, I couldn't even tell you what the story is. I've heard it's something to do with a dollar bill and Black Friday. That's from people talking about it. I have no idea what's going on.
So get this.
I don't care.
Get this, Tom.
But go on then, you entertain me.
Let's take smallpox. Have you heard of smallpox?
I have heard of it.
Wiped out a percentage of the world's population at one point, apparently.
It did.
They keep telling me this, but I haven't seen it. It did that, and they genetically enhanced it to make it more worse.
So big pox.
Big pox, exactly. Thank you. Now we've got a name for it, finally. They take that. Some guy, they allude to this researcher dude who's apparently, I guess, bad, even though he's like researching smallpox. Whatever. So they took that and they injected it into a bunch of $20 and $1 bills and all that before Black Friday.
What do you mean inject into?
I don't know, because
the dollar bill's very thin.
You're right. The first shot of the game is like a needle, like a syringe, shooting black goop into a $20 bill, and I'm like, how is this happening?
Wipe it on it, fine.
Yeah, don't care for it. The thing is, the virus became airborne when it infected people. So like from person to person, contact and airborne. So that's why they're contaminated zones, right? Those are the areas where it's airborne. And I guess for magic technology can tell that. I don't know. They did that, and I guess there was an aspect to it, and like one of the data recreation things. It seemed like the credit card systems were like taken down, so people had to use cash. So that's how they forced it in the modern day environment to kind of transmute it around. And then one cashier gets it right, and then another cashier gets it from customer to customer, and then it's everywhere. And
carnage.
Then I guess this takes place like 2 weeks after that, like near Christmas. Because if you go in your base, there's like Christmas trees.
Yes, very true.
Kids crying underneath the Christmas trees.
Well, so Black Friday's when?
It's the last Friday in November. Well, it's after Thanksgiving, so yeah, it's the last Friday in November.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, story doesn't grab. But the thing is, I'm usually a single player guy, so it's weird that I prefer this multiplayer.
Yeah,
I usually prefer running around by myself. I think it's because it's slightly more fun and a bit easier.
That and they make it like very kind of feel like an MMO. Like feel like this is like even with the plot of like you're a division agent, you're one of many. They give you this vibe that like you're part of something bigger and that you should be cooperating with other people.
Yeah.
And those hub areas, you can just see dudes running.
Character customization was crap though.
Yeah, I mean, did you make just Tim Geddes like everybody else did?
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty much. Without the beard, I was clean. I made him clean shaven though.
It could be, yeah. Oh, so you're like.
But apparently, even if you're a woman, it dresses you as a man. I've heard.
Yeah, like the clothes are not that much different.
No, and all but no
female character. Yeah.
But when they speak to you as a character, they address you as a man. They like they'd say like sir and stuff still. Apparently, I've heard. I don't know how true that is because I'm a male.
I'll have to pay attention more then, because really the person that talks to you the most is that
Faye. Yeah.
Yeah, Faye.
The one with the fucked up eye.
Yeah, Faye Lao.
Faye, yeah.
Sure.
Fa Lao. Yeah, Mulan from the Disney movie. Yeah.
I was about to make the same joke.
Here we are. Yeah, no, she talks to you the most. Like, I guess the other like leaders of this three different sections of your base talk to you as well. I don't know.
Generic white guy.
Yeah,
in charge of the security.
Generic white guy, bearded dude who like really hates everyone. I think. And then the gay doctor,
he seems very aggressive. Yeah.
Which, if you talk to the doctor lady, she like very like uncomfortably inserts fact that she has a wife.
I had that. Like I played it. I think it was last night. I had that. And I was like, oh wow, you've not even been subtle about that.
Yeah, I'm like, no, like
wife,
it's
everyone.
Cool. Like, she's like, yeah, my wife used to do this. I'm like, then she like looks at you right there. It's like, huh. Ex-wife now, and I'm like, okay.
Well, because what it's like is like if I don't know if you've had a situation where you're flirting with someone and then they're like, oh, my boyfriend, and they're like really deliberately like, oh, my boyfriend said that. It's like, okay, I get the hint, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, got
it's like that, isn't it? It's like
cool.
It's like if somehow I was flirting in game and she's really putting me off.
Yeah.
She's like, don't even try it.
But no, it was just Ubisoft being like, eh?
Yeah.
Eh?
See, look, we're equality. We're doing it.
Yeah. So I mean, and I was like, I get it. I appreciate it, but like, chill. This is not how you do it. But yeah, it's those are the three people, and then Faye Lao with the fucked up eye.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll swing to her again yet.
Yeah, you don't really have to. She just talks. She's the person that pretty much talks to you before every mission. Yeah, I mean, like I've heard a lot of weird criticisms. Well, not weird criticism, but like very specific criticisms of that game, and I think I just haven't played enough of it to be able to start nitpicking at it. It seems like a lot of people have a lot of little problems with it that just kind of snowball into a lot, and we'll see where I'm at with it when I'm like actually max level and stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm glad you're liking it, Tom. We had fun.
Yeah,
so.
Sure. I haven't gone in Dark Zone yet, but apparently it's not worth going rogue. I've heard.
I don't know. Like you definitely you can get enough done and get plenty of loot.
But I watched The Point. As in Danny O'Dwyer's The Point.
Yeah.
And they discussed it, and it was very interesting. So apparently you lose a load of XP if you go rogue and die. It's not worth doing it. You lose so much XP. You can lose the equivalent of like a level.
Yeah.
Just from dying when you're rogue, which is a bit mad. So apparently just no one does it. That's why everyone's being quite nice in the Dark Zone.
Yeah, and it's something that I think they're going to balance out.
They'll balance out for sure, yeah. Sure.
And I think with more objectives in the Dark Zone, like maybe when you hit max level, maybe like they're like Dark Zone related dailies and stuff like that. That would be really interesting. That they can maybe introduce kind of good parts about going rogue. But you should do it. Like, let me know if you do, because we can play together. I actually did. I played some. That's true. I actually did play with Danny Juarez from EXP Share podcast this week. We did. He's a cool guy. We did some Dark Zone stuff. That was fun.
Yeah. I want to max out level 30, I think, first, because I'm level 20. Normal zone,
I think.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think I'm level like 5 or 6 Dark Zone, but I want to get. Apparently it's best to go 30 first in normal. Okay. Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Because it kind of scales everything up. You'll be fighting harder enemies, dropping better loot. So
yeah.
What else have you been playing, Tom?
So I played a bit of Hitman Go, so I'd have some diversity because I wanted to play anyway. Because I haven't played. Have you played Lara Croft Go at all? Or
heard
Hitman
so many good things about it. Have not got.
I've heard a good thing, but I haven't seen any footage. So I don't know what. So I can only really talk about Hitman Go. I don't have anything to compare it to. But it's like the setting is it's like a board game, and you've basically got a path and you need to get to the end. You need to get to this final zone, and sometimes you can get away with not killing anyone. Sometimes you have to kill people. Basically, when you take a turn, the characters on the map will take a turn. It's quite hard to explain without showing pictures of it. It's quite cool actually. It's like a puzzle game really more than anything. It's not action based at all. It's just purely puzzle based.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Like, it seems like it's one of those like, hey, let's take the concept of Hitman, which is very, very actiony, and kind of reimagine it in this board game. Like board game is
definitely a board
I've
game.
thrown out a lot.
Well, they deliberate. It is definitely a board game theme. Like the characters are meant to be like little board game characters and stuff like that. But it's quite chilled out. Quite fun. I only played it for maybe an hour and a half. I finished the first there's like 15 missions, like kind of thing, or 15 bits within one level, and I finished it. So I was like, okay, that's enough to get. I know what's going on now.
Were you trying
yes,
to
it's
beat,
good fun.
Were you trying to beat each of the like little side missions, like except for trying to get to the end of the level? Like some of them are like, don't kill anybody, kill everybody in one shot, or
Oh yeah, I didn't bother like maxing it out because I was just giving it a go really. But yeah, because so each one has like there's a briefcase occasionally on one of the tiles, so you can like try and get the briefcase, and then one of them is to not kill anyone, and so I just went along with however I did it. I didn't go back.
Than I. Because I cannot leave a level without doing all those missions.
Gotta complete it. It's what destroys me.
It hurts my brain once in a while because there's some really tough ones.
Yeah.
Have you played it as well then?
Yeah, I played a little bit.
Yeah, did you like it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I played it on my phone for a little bit past the first board, and then I kind of stopped when I found out that it was coming to PS4. And then on PS4, I got to, I guess technically your first main kill, if you want to consider it, the tennis player.
Yeah.
Yes,
So I got to that, and then I kind of went away from it because I was playing.
Yeah, so I finished that entire bit. So I killed the tennis dude, and then killed the other. The other dude took forever to kill. I couldn't work it out.
It was really
Fuck, it was so hard. I was there for maybe that took like so I played it for like an hour and a half. Half an hour of it was this final bit, and I was like, I don't know how to finish this because you have to go backwards and forwards and like yeah, it's worth playing. I think if you can pick it up cheap. I don't know how much I'd value it at really, but I wouldn't pay much for it.
I forget how much it is on PSN.
I know it's like $5 on iPhone, I think.
And they have had it on sale for like 99 cents here and there. So on the phone,
it's definitely worth that. It's definitely worth $1 for sure.
Yeah. Tom, your mic is getting all staticky.
I saw you put that, so I moved. I did have a phone near it.
Yeah.
I moved that away.
It's still happening. Want to try one thing real quick on Google Hangout? Try switching to a different microphone and then switching back. If that helps, then it's not affecting your recording, probably. Let's see what the Hitman Go is on iOS.
I've done that.
I would look on my Galaxy, but
try talking a little bit.
Are we any better now?
Yeah, it's still staticky. You might want to stop recording and then check and see if it's affected your recording.
All right, we're starting over, guys.
No, chill.
Yep, start from the starting.
All the way from the beginning.
Let's talk about the division some more.
I have a way of bringing you back into recording, so don't worry about it too much.
So what? Stop my record, my local recording.
Yeah, your local recording.
And what? Check it out.
Yeah.
See how it sounds. Okay. Yeah, there's static whenever I'm not talking.
Yeah. So try unplugging your microphone and replugging it and see if that sorts it out.
Let me just say I need to save this somewhere.
Yeah. And then I'll do another count from 3 to 1. You'll start recording on 1, and then I'll know where to sync it in the podcast when I'm editing it. So it should be easy.
I'm gonna unplug temporarily.
Okay.
That's it.
Is it weird that I get a crazy hard on every time I see that shirt?
It's almost like you're getting a hard on yourself. It's your podcast.
I just hear my voice when I see it.
Man, Alex, you're weird.
You're just now realizing.
Oh no, I knew. I think.
Yeah.
Right. Are we getting static this time?
Oh, it sounds crystal clear.
Is it better now?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Okay. So do you want to count me back in?
Yeah. So I'm gonna count 3 to 1. You just hit on 1. 3, 2, 1.
Done.
I'm a pro.
Round 2.
Round 2. Let's do this. Has anybody been playing?
Should I not have stopped my recording?
Scott, don't you?
I'm kidding.
I know you are. I fucking hate you.
Hitman Hill is pretty great on Vita as well.
Yeah, I've heard that. I want to play it on Vita. I feel like that's a great platform for it.
It's really good.
Of course, I say I want to play something on Vita all the time, and then I'm just like, my Vita's half broken. It's dead to me anyway.
I don't know if I don't see the point in playing on Vita if you've got it on phone though.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's similar, like it has a touchscreen interface, but.
And I believe it is cross-buy. So if you do buy it on PS4, it is for Vita. So
it is $5 on iOS. I know that much. And Nabashin, you said it's $5 on PSN.
It was like $7 or $8.
Okay. Hopefully they do like a bundle on PSN with that and Lara Croft Go, because I believe that's coming to PSN as well. But is that what you've been playing, Tom?
Yeah, that's it. I'm again. This week's been a really busy work week, so I haven't really played much. I mean, like the last game I finished was Firewatch, and that was a good laugh, but that was a while ago.
Good laugh indeed.
Nabashin, what have you been playing?
Same shit, man.
Same shit. How you got all the gym badges in Pokemon Yellow?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of your Instagram, so.
Why? I don't ever put anything on there.
I know. That was me being facetious. You also don't ever do anything on Snapchat, but you've started doing stuff on Snapchat.
I barely do shit on Snapchat. I do still on Snapchat because like Katie just floods it like constantly, and it's mostly just replies to her. So
yeah, you should follow. You follow me. You gotta get those hot Snap stories.
Watch you make tea?
Yeah, it was coffee. It was coffee.
Copied my idea. Just saying.
I actually,
Tom,
if you had been following me for a while,
yeah.
I've been doing my cooking with Alex Snap stories.
Yeah, they're awful.
They're great. They're the best thing, and Tony's just jealous. I did one where I made pasta sauce.
I didn't see that. I saw that. Yep.
Yeah, I made chicken wings.
Saw that one.
And now I made coffee. So now I'm just diving into barista territory.
Yeah. I do Snapchat a lot.
Yeah, you do. That's the only way I have to communicate with you outside of Twitter.
This is true.
We just send sweet nothings to each other.
Snapchat's a good way though, because then it feels a bit more personal.
Yeah.
You send a little picture.
Yeah.
It's more fun. Or a little video.
Or you can be a weirdo and just send text that disappears immediately.
Like a mentalist.
Like exactly. Like the Mentalist. Brought to you by Fox. I don't know what network that's on.
Fox is a good bet.
Oh my god, I think it is
Fox is a good bet, right? Or Psych. I don't know whichever. I prefer Psych, but I don't judge. I just got a Snapchat from Tom Hawkins. See, like this is how you stay connected with people. But yeah, Tony, you should get on Snapchat. That's what I'm saying.
I have a Snapchat. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you should follow me on Snapchat.
I do. What do you want from me, bro?
Speaking of social media, Pokemon
He
Yellow.
wants you to like his Snapchat. I don't think it's gonna happen. Though.
You can't like on Snapchat. So Scott, you should get a Snapchat and just send me snaps of your forehead. That's where this is going.
I have a feeling I'm gonna get a Snapchat by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, you are.
You should.
Justin's been watching me snap all weekend, so
yeah,
too much.
Too much.
That's the thing with Snapchat though, because you can only see how many people have viewed it. You don't know if they've liked it or not. So like you're just like, cool, my numbers are good, so great.
It's training you for the internet because all you need to worry about is clicks. Like that's it.
True. Like a lot of people be like, yeah, I just skipped through it. And I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
fine.
As long as you clicked the page, reloaded it a couple of times, and then went on to the next one.
Yeah. I try and pimp it out when I can, my Snapchat.
Yeah.
I want to get high numbers.
Yeah, I do it every time I do like one of those like
be the
cooking
Thomas
and making
Sanders Snapchat.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
what did you say?
To be the Thomas Sanders of Snapchat.
Thomas Sanders of Snapchat. This is exactly the kind of heavy-hitting Thomas Sanders jokes we need here. And Harold, our lovely 30-plus viewer audience, reminded us that he doesn't know what Snapchat is, so that's fair. Speaking of hot social media, Pokemon Yellow, have you beaten the Elite Four yet?
No, because I completely forgot this whole section beforehand.
What, Victory Road?
Well, Victory Road, which is like, oh, do you have the badge? Okay, you have the badge, and he just lets you go through. So that was like a dumb diversion, and then you go through this cave where you have to go through all this other stuff.
Yeah,
and
that cave sucks.
Which sucks, always sucks.
And I forgot all about this shit. So
yeah, Victory Road and like the cave, it's always like a cave, right? I'm like, all right, great, more Zubats. Gotta fight Geodudes and Zubats again. Thank you, my favorite. Always sucks.
They're my favorite.
Yeah, I know they're your favorite, Scott. And like the nice thing.
Dude.
the way they kind of like make the blow suck a little less in like the later games, like in X and Y, right? There's like this huge, super like crazy animation shit that happens when you present each of your badges for Victory Road. I got a hot tweet from Cameron Abbott saying The Mentalist, in fact, NBC Universal Studios broadcasted program. So, correction. And that is of the General Electric Company. So thank you. Yeah, Victory Road sucks. And going through the cave that follows sucks. Did you get Mewtwo yet?
No.
Okay.
I know where he's at. My main concern is just beating the game, not really anything else, really.
Okay.
Like I haven't played it in years. So.
What's your team?
What is it? Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Pidgeot, Snorlax, and Pikachu. So like just pretty much hitting everything.
Are you one of those people that evolves their Pikachu or doesn't?
No.
Okay.
Why would I play Pokemon Yellow if I want to evolve Pikachu? That makes
listen, I'm just saying I'm a big fan of Raichu. I don't think I should
you're
get
the only one.
I think you're weird.
No, there's always Lieutenant Surge. He'll always have your back, Alex.
So there you go,
exactly. I have the lieutenant from the Pokemon Wars. That's my backup dude. Have you ever played Pokemon, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
Well, when I was a kid, I was too poor to have a Game Boy. Okay. So I had to like borrow people's, and like I'd play it on the bus for like 20 minutes on the way to school. I then had it on my old phone. I had an Android phone, so I could get a ROM for it and play it then. A bit naughty, but yeah. But so yeah, I have now got a 3DS. I bought one off my sister, but it needs a new battery, so I haven't had a chance to play it yet. But I'm gonna download some of the old ones and play them at some point.
Cool.
I do enjoy it.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon game?
No.
Okay, good, fair, valid, actually. Anything else? An option?
Beat Mega Man 6.
Yeah,
I was happy about that. That made me happy.
Is that a hard one? I don't know which ones are a hard one.
Not exactly.
Outside of all of them.
Not exactly. That one has like power suits, from Rush power suits on. So like, but that was the first time I ever beat that one. Though, so that was a good feeling. Like I never beat it before, so. Now I beat all the Mega Man Legacy collection games, so that made me happy that I did that. And
that Sweet 7. You can.
Yeah.
Because I like 7 a lot.
Correction.
You're like the only one, right?
I think so.
Correction. Cameron Abbott followed up that tweet to say it was not on NBC. It was on CBS. And he's just full of shit wrong. It's just spouting garbage in my Twitter feed now. So, yeah, I still never played any core Mega Man game outside of 9. That doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
So.
You play Mega Man Legends. Not that you said you play Mega
Man. I mean Legends. I mean like Mega Man 1 through 6, etc.
Sure.
No X's, no Legends.
No X's. I mean, I played
Networks.
Mega Man 0. I played the Battle Network games, the first 3. The Battle Network games I finished. God, I don't know why. I blacked those out of my memory. And
I love those games.
Legends 1 and 2, obviously the best Mega Man games, as we all know.
Tronbone.
Tronbone is king. And I played the Tronbone game. God. That's a terrible. I think it's a bad game. I don't know.
You should do an Alex Plays of it.
I should do an Alex Plays of it, but I think the next Alex Plays I'm going to do by myself is Alundra. I think I've decided. I'm announcing that here, I guess. But yeah, that's probably
live announcement.
Yeah, live announcement. We're doing it live. Yeah, no, because I keep forgetting that Legends 1 is on the PS1 Classics. So
and Trombone.
And
Trombone. So I should play those. And you played Ocarina of Time 3D apparently.
Yeah, it's $20 now.
Oh, so. Yeah, that's right. They dropped the price on all those games.
Yeah, so. And Game Grumps is doing it right now, so I'm just pretty much playing at the same pace as them. So
cool.
That's been pretty fun.
Yeah,
nice.
That's a fun playthrough. Josh and I watched some of it today.
Yep.
But yeah, other than that, like nothing else. A little bit more Bloodborne, and that's it.
Cool.
Hell yeah, Bloodborne.
Hell yeah. We're supporting. Tony and I are supporting this endeavor. We're gonna get you on that Dark Souls 3 hype.
No.
I couldn't even say that with a straight face. No, don't worry. Scott.
Yeah?
On your list, it says Scott sucks.
Hey, fuck you.
I didn't write that there. I just did you play? You and Tony have been playing some phone games. It sounds like.
Right, but I don't want to talk about that one quite yet.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's not gonna be fun.
I finally got around to being a good friend.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm excited.
And I tried the Bravely Default demo.
How'd you like it?
Quite a bit.
Okay. More of a good thing, you would say?
Definitely. So far it's a little bit odd in terms of where the story is, because I thought they were going to pull a infamous type deal where none of what I...
Oh, Scott, your mic is cutting in and out. Oh, I know.
He's just talking to himself.
Anyway, I thought they were going to pull an infamous Second Son thing, where...
They pick a canonical ending?
Kind of. Which one did they pick with Second Son? Because I'm pretty sure neither of them.
They picked the good ending.
Yeah.
Cole dies.
Because that's the one that most people.
Spoilers.
Right, but didn't all the all of the power people should have died then too.
Yeah, they did, and then but most of them did, but some of them lived, and then they started coming back. Okay. So that's what happened in Second Son.
And then basically just made them mutants.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's X-Men.
So that's why I like the game.
Yeah, it's good. So what did they do?
Anyway, so there is one of the main characters I see, but I don't see any of the others. So at this point I'm like,
oh.
That was perfect timing.
What is Scott like?
At this point I'm like, gone.
Yeah, he's gone forever. Scott, are you typing, Scott? Are you clicking away at your keyboard? I don't know. I'm looking out for you.
I don't know. But anyway.
Hands on the table.
What's been shown so far doesn't tell me anything. And I don't think I'm going to get the answer that answer's in the demo.
Yeah, I hear it's like a prologue-esque story. That that kind of
could be. Very well could be.
Answer anything specific.
Very well could be. You will sure as hell be confused as to how it's a prologue-esque story, though.
Yeah. And your progress is going to carry over into the final game as well, which is cool. So yeah, it's kind of its own separate thing. Do you get a full 4-person party in the demo?
Yeah.
Cool. I think you play different characters in the demo than you play in the main game as well. So.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I've seen I'm just going off of trailers and screenshots.
I think there's probably more characters than 4 this time around.
Okay.
Already, although I only have access to 4.
Okay, that's cool. How much time did you sink into the demo?
I want to say around an hour.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how long it is. I think there's just filler stuff to do. But yeah, that comes out in April. I'm excited to see what you think of it when it's finally here. Because was that your game of the year that year?
I think so.
I don't think so. I think it was up there.
So. I was thinking about it because I'm like.
No, because I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the
It was Shovel Knight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There we go. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was number 2, I think, though, or it was in the top 5 at least.
There.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad that you played it. I'm definitely curious about it because. So, I mean, Tony and I have been playing this game called Omega Quintet. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I haven't.
Yeah, Tony, it's about anime.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, have you heard of this anime?
No, I've never heard of anime.
Well, let me tell you about Japanese animation.
I have heard of Crunchyroll, though.
Crunchyroll can provide you with unlimited anime.
That's what I've heard.
Sounds
like too much anime.
Probably. Yeah, so Omega Quintet is like a glorified Bravely Default combat system, Scott. I don't know how that makes you feel.
Makes me feel good.
Yeah, it makes Tony feel very aroused. But you
get a good one?
Oh my god, the best part about... You have to tell them about the best part of Omega Quintet.
Which is the dancing?
No.
The part where you do a southern accent?
No.
That was my favorite part.
That's a pretty good part. But I'm talking about the part where you hold down on the D-pad for 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
and then the character's like, "Hey, don't do that."
Oh yeah, like if you tilt the camera down to like look up at the character, they like cover up their skirt and they're like, "Hey, what's up, pervert?" And they look
like there's no reason to do fan service for you.
Yeah, and I'm like, so what is this game?
And then you just keep doing it over and over again for like a good
Oh, we did.
15 seconds.
We do it like through the whole Let's Play.
Can't wait.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Is that why you were originally tilting the camera upwards?
No, I was like just looking at like the range of motion. Wasn't
your inversion like the opposite of what it was supposed to be?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Like why you.
It was that, and I do that to test to make sure it's inverted correctly because I'm a weird person, invert.
Yeah.
For life. And then you tilt it up, and it's like, oh, this is an upskirt now. And she's like, hey, you're a pervert. And I'm like, well, wait, what? Excuse me? And then you can zoom in like all the way on the character's face.
Wow.
That game's really weird. But yeah, it's basically the way it works in that, Scott, is as you get more proficient with a weapon, you can do more turns with it. And your wait time is still going to be the same, but you just have the option to basically brave multiple times with it. And you can always end that early by defending. I don't know. It seems cool. I want to see how it works when you have like a full 5-person party in that game. So I looked up some screenshots when I was putting together the cover art for the Let's Play, and I might have gotten spoiled on like the fact that there are a lot more characters that you play as in that game than I thought. So
it's all right. I haven't been spoiled. So
yeah, you're still pure Tony. It's just a screenshot too, so we'll be able to experience it together.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Anything else you've been playing, Scott?
Let's see. It's more Binding of Isaac.
Okay.
I still haven't gotten anywhere. It's a little upsetting.
Okay. Keep on trucking. You'll make it.
One guy.
It took me months to beat Yama, so.
And then let's see. I'm trying to think. I think there was one more. Not really. I guess we could talk about that phone game.
But fuck it. Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Clan Royale.
Clash of Clans is just whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's still not good, but you're still playing it, Tony?
It's like, yeah, it's not great.
I think I played it about 2 years ago, maybe. I played it for like a month, and I was like, okay, that was fun. Done.
Yeah, the problem with it is like every single thing I want to do, and the timer is literally in days now.
So that's when I stopped playing it.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah, that's when I had originally stopped playing it, and now I'm here.
And now you're here, Tony, because Dan Reichert was on the Bombcast. He's like, yeah, I've been playing Clash of Clans. Tony's like, let me download it.
That is not how it happened.
That's totally how that happened.
No, what happened was I was like, I'm phone games, whatever. Yeah, like I'm already playing. I'm looking at these characters already, so fucking let's go.
Yeah, I don't believe you, but that's fine.
That's all right. You're entitled to your opinion.
So you guys have been playing. Are we talking about Clash Royale? Is that what we're talking about? This fucking card game, tower defense thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean, talk about it. What are we gonna say about this?
It's good.
Is it good? Do you like it, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Scott and I are still free to play. None of us have paid any money to this game.
Okay, fair enough.
Which I hope you're proud of us.
Is it subscription or like pay as you go?
No, so it's free to play, but
it's a disgusting money practice. That's what it is.
The classic one.
Yeah, like 80% of all reviews on the App Store for this game are 5 stars and say, "God damn, this company is greedy."
100% accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, I love those ones.
So the way that it works is it's a real-time like tower defense game. So you get matched up with another person, and you have a deck of cards that 8 cards that are basically your minions and/or towers that you send at the other opponent, who has 2 big towers and a king tower basically. So you have to, every time you beat a tower, the 2 like smaller ones in front, you get a crown. But if you can beat the big tower, you get all 3. And you have 3 minutes plus 1 minute of overtime if you're tied at the end of 3 minutes to get the most crowns, or get 3 first. So
it's like a tower defense game.
Yeah, it's great. That's the best part about this game.
So so I was watching you play a little bit last week. So I saw you dropping AoE stuff, and I'm guessing those were your card powers.
Yeah. So the ones
it's also just a card game.
It's a mix. It's a mix between the two, almost exactly half and half. It's not just a tower defense game, or I'll say it's just as much a card game as is a tower defense game.
So, your cards are your units, I'm guessing?
So your cards are your units or
your
powers
spells
or
and extra
towers.
Defense towers.
And the level of your cards determines how powerful your units, towers, and spells are.
Okay.
And then based on when it gets weird is the health and attack numbers for your towers are based on basically your meta level of how high level your cards are. Because every time you level up a card, you'll get king points, which goes towards your account level. And every time you level up your account, your king tower gets 200 more hit points, and the attack goes up on all of them.
So are they balancing this in a way so you can't just buy your way to victory, or is that still an issue?
So this game, it's weird because technically you can buy all the cards in the game and level them all the way up. They are capped, but it takes, apparently it's reportedly around people who are at the top of the leaderboard who have all maxed out cards have apparently spent something like $4,000.
Fuck yeah, they have.
I love it.
But the thing is,
commit to the bit. That's what I always say.
Those kids with their parents.
That will take you pretty far. Being able to just max out everything, because literally you could play a maxed out say a barbarian.
Yes,
right?
and maxed
no. Out.
Because here's the...
I'm getting this, Scott. Don't worry. So you can play a maxed out card, and then you'll just wreck another person's card who's not maxed out. But you still it is not impossible for say max level's level 12 right now. So for a level 10 to beat a level 12.
Okay.
So you still have to be good at the game.
So they'll matchmake you in the
so it's not it's not uncommon for people who are much lower account levels to get into higher leagues based on just being good at it.
Just being dope as fuck.
Right.
It's very StarCraft-esque how you have to counter everything.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. You in the Clash of Clans game, what you have available to you is based on your MMR.
Okay.
And because everything's dealt in cards and not done through money to upgrade the cards, if you just start out and drop $4,000 into the game all at once, as you at Goblin Stadium, then you'll max out and have way more than you need of all the basic cards, but then you're still missing more than half the cards in the game.
Okay. Yeah, so the other thing is that...
so you gotta trickle the money in over there, time.
So like Scott's saying, the rank system of the game is based on trophies, similar to Clash of Clans. And
trophies.
And you get into different arenas based on how many trophies you have. When you get a new arena, it unlocks another set of 5 cards that you can now get in chests. And whatever arena you're in, you'll get that arena's chest, which can contain that arena's cards and lower.
Okay.
So Scott's basically saying if you went and bought 1,000 of the super good chests at the very beginning, you'd have a shit ton of all of the base cards and none of the ones that you get for leveling.
Yeah, it doesn't do you any service later in the game.
I mean, they're still good. Cards don't get shitty.
But you have less options. Yeah. How's that sound?
Yes, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, for example, one card that everybody starts using at the beginning, and it's a very good card for, I want to say, up to the second tier, is the Giant. However, they have a leaderboard thing, over here, and I've never seen the Giant used in that leaderboard once, just because I'm taking a look at some other cards. A bunch of cards just outclass it for whatever they're going to use it for.
Yeah.
So it's...
Yeah, no, I understand. For our reference, what level are the two of you? Are you max level 12? Are you max level?
No.
No. Okay. I'm what is it? King level 5?
Yeah, I literally just hit 7.
Okay. You've been playing pretty much nonstop for 50 straight hours, right, Tony?
No.
Tony,
and that's not really going to help you much either.
Yeah. Okay. can we take a brief aside real quick here, and then hopefully never come back. Tony, I just want to. So, I was listening to the Giant Bombcast this week. You should listen to it if you don't listen to that podcast. It's a great podcast. It's about video games. Dan Reicher was talking about Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
And the way he talked about it made it seem like a completely different game than when you talked about it here on the show.
Oh, yeah?
Because, he's talking about, like, this dungeon that you can go through.
Yes.
Where it's like
I did briefly touch on that.
Zelda-like combat. Like, it's real-time action combat.
I wouldn't go that far.
And then, like, ride into
It's
town
like Zelda
on a
1
horse.
style combat. Yep,
Okay.
I never got the horse.
Well, you should get that horse.
So, like that's actually, I mean, that goes to show you, like, the people can all play this game differently.
Yeah.
Right.
You definitely... It sounded like for you it was like very much like a farming game.
Yes.
Were you like a recluse? Did you never go into town or talk to anybody?
Oh, no. I did all that, but
Okay.
it just, I didn't put a very, I didn't emphasize it.
Yeah. You were more about getting those fucking hot sprinklers going, automating that system.
Oh, yeah.
So
I made wine, please.
that game sounds terrifying and incredible. Like,
Yeah, it's great.
Like,
But I don't know if terrifying is a good word for it, though.
I mean, like, terrifying in that, like, God, I could probably die just playing that game and then forget to eat and then never. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up to you because now I'm probably almost definitely going to get it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm concerned.
It's kind of funny because I've watched a bunch of people play it. Like Game Grumps are playing it now.
Yes.
Holly's playing it, and a couple other YouTubers who I follow have played a couple episodes of it, and everybody plays the game differently. Mm-hmm. The only common thing throughout a lot of the YouTube stuff that I've seen for Stardew Valley is that literally everyone who I've watched goes into it very like ready to like hate it, and then like by the second episode can't keep that act up anymore.
Yeah,
so.
I mean now I'm going into it ready to just fall in love and never look back.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna hang out with Abigail.
She sounds pretty cool.
Play video games together.
Yeah, that game sounds pretty great. I just wanted to follow up on that. Is there any do we really need to go deeper on the Clash of Clans?
So I wanted to.
Are you guys okay? Are you sick? Are you guys gonna be okay?
We're all right. All right. It's funny because Scott and we're both in one of the 6 giant bomb clans that are in that game. Mm-hmm. I've been fighting for number 1 in the clan with this other guy for the past week, and Scott's been slowly climbing since he started playing. God damn it, Twitter. And it's so I see Scott and we just kind of do random stuff and talk about random shit all the time in that game. So it's pretty funny because there's no friends list. You can't tell who's online. You can just see 2 other people in the clan are online right now.
Okay.
Clan with and then we can. Well, I mean, the reason why we joined it in the first place was so that we could friendly battle because there are problems with this game, right? Yeah. You don't have a friends list. The only possible way to fight someone out of ranked is to have them in the same clan as you, and then put a general hey, who wants to fight me? Friendly challenge in the clan chat, and have them snipe it real quick. Mm-hmm. So that was a big hassle, but I kind of just wanted to make sure we touched on why the free to play is bad in this game.
Okay.
And the reason is this. There are 4 chest slots, right?
Yeah,
after every match,
4 good chests is a good
thing. You get a chest if you win. And the chests, they take time to unlock, either 3 hours, 8 hours, or 12 hours.
So
can you pay to unlock them early?
Oh yeah.
do you get the chests only if you win, and then you have to wait to unlock them?
So you get a chest, and then when you win, and you can have one of your 4 chests unlocking at any point in time.
Okay.
Oh wow.
And they, said, they take 3, 8, or 12 hours. So assuming you got all 3-hour chests, it takes you 12 hours to unlock all 4 of them, and that's the profits of 4 games.
So
and
it only
4 12-hour chests.
Only one can unlock at a time?
Yes.
Oh, man, that's so gross.
Yeah,
you got 4 12 hours, you got 2 days.
And the game does this thing where, if you have all 4 chest slots full and you try and play again, it's hey, you can't get a chest if you play this time, right? And you're and it makes you say yes or no.
Is it the same price to unlock any chest?
No, it depends on how much time
it is. I did the math real quick, and it is 1 gem for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much is a gem?
You can get 80 gems for $1.
Oh my god, that's.
And if you buy, but wait, that's 0.8 gems per. That's 0.8 gems percent, right?
That's 800 minutes.
Yeah. So if you buy the $100 pack, bear with me.
Oh my god,
it's
that's
1.4 gems percent. It's best value.
Oh my god, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever.
It's the most popular pack.
The free-to-play. Of course, they say it's the most popular pack, you idiot.
So again, so basically,
That's
like
marketing.
So adding on to that, right?
The $1,000 one, yeah, get that one.
Yeah,
that's what everyone else gets.
So adding on to that, if say you were going to, you wanted to play games anyway, right? Yeah. You keep playing and all your chest slots are full and you're just starting the game, but you're pretty good. So you get from Arena 1 to Arena 2. Now like 6 more cards are available to come out of the chests.
Of course.
Here's the thing. All of the chests that you had previously are Arena 1 chests.
Yeah.
So before you can even start earning the chests that have the new cards and start unlocking those because you're in a new arena, you have to wait for the other chests from Arena 1, all of them to unlock. And you can't clear a chest slot.
You can't dump them? You can't just throw them in the garbage?
You can't be like, oh, this silver chest is shit. I don't want it. You have to unlock every chest that you get.
That's fucking insane.
So, like, for a while, I had, like, Arena 2 chests when I was up at Arena 5 just because I kept, like, only using one chest slot. Like, I'd unlock a chest, play a game to get a new chest, then unlock it.
Well, I mean, honestly, there's no point because you can only have one chest. You can only have one chest opening at a time.
It depends. Like, sometimes I'm at work, right? So I want to do a 3-hour chest, then I get on break, start my next 3-hour chest, and then I'm done. Right?
The fact that you're changing your life around a free-to-play game.
Yeah.
And then, like, you get 8-hour chests every once in a while, so I'll pop an 8-hour chest before I go to bed. Stuff like
that. This makes Notice Me Senpai look like a fucking, like, Halo.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, like, that's like a free-to-play game for babbies. Like, this is, like, grown-ass, like, no, we're gonna break you...
World.
Yeah, we're gonna break you from the inside out.
Free-to-play world is something.
Yeah, it's something else.
But yeah, so I just wanted to make clear why I don't like the free-to-play model for that game.
Yeah, well, it's terrible. It's the worst. Oh my god.
All free-to-play models are pretty horrible, to be fair.
Yeah, that takes the cake, I think.
That's pretty typical of an iPhone or like an iOS.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the thing is just like only being able to unlock one chest at a time.
Yeah, and again, not being able to get rid of ones you don't
not
want.
being able to just dump it.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Like they deliberately do shit about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works out to about 12 hours of waiting per 10 minutes of playing.
I'm trying to think of what there's one called. I can't remember what the company was called.
Is it Game of War?
No, they did. Not Game Dev Tycoon. What was it called? It's something. It's an Game Dev Story. Here it is. Who's it made by? Sorry, I'll be there in a second.
Yeah,
Kairosoft.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
love
So,
Kairosoft.
They're games, but not anymore because they've made them free to play. They used to be like $3 or whatever. Like I think it was £2.50, and you'd buy it. And you had it. So, like, Game Dev Story is one of my fucking favourite games. I played way too many hours.
I love that game.
That game's awesome. And because it was like £3, and it was like, fine, you pay for it. But now all their new ones are free to play.
And
which is douchey. It sucks because it means, you get locked in. This one, you pay for it, you can plow through it, and you make... Actually, I'm gonna download it now.
There it is. Yeah. Game Dev Story is
really
great.
selling me.
I like some of their other ones. The one that got me really good for some reason was their racing one, their Grand Prix one, where you actually like try to make cars and make it race.
Yeah, I tried that one.
Watch it.
See, I knew Game Dev Tycoon was on.
That's PC.
Yeah, Game Dev Tycoon's on PC. That's
my favorite thing about that game. I don't know if I own Game Dev Tycoon, but my favorite thing about it, did you ever hear about their anti-pirating thing?
Yes. Yes.
Where
like
so they leaked the pirated version that had a bug in it. Well, not a bug, deliberate hack in it, where whenever you started getting towards the end game, all your games would get hacked, you lost all your money, and the game ended.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, it's
superb.
Brilliant. Yeah, I love
that.
Yeah, Game Dev Tycoon, which is on PC, that's great also, which is just Game Dev Story on PC. It's also for like $5.
Yeah, it's basically game, isn't it? Just Game Dev Story on roids, basically.
Yeah,
it's just
pretty much.
More detailed version of it.
Yeah, and I love both of those games. They're so good. Yeah. I haven't played Game Dev Story in forever.
Game Dev Story is I'm gonna have to rebuy it. It's £4.
Yeah, I have it.
How many ounces?
Hey, that's an America joke. Let me tell you about the imperial system. No, yeah. I mean, at least like what do you call pence? Why don't you just say cents?
Pennies. Pence. It's just pennies.
Pence, cents.
So it's like £4, 10p.
Yeah, it's just like
if you're buying something like that. Yeah. Well, this is £3.99.
Yeah, I was looking at don't ask me why. I was listening to a Harry Potter audiobook. I'll tell you. I was looking at like what a pence piece because I'm weird.
I know.
I was looking at like what the pence on Wikipedia was, and like y'all have like this thing where y'all have this thing where like if you line up the backs of all of the coins,
it makes a little.
It makes
picture,
like a picture.
Yeah,
that's the fucking greatest.
How cool's that?
Well, that's a cool idea.
Yeah,
I'm into
it's
it.
only on the most recent ones. It's on the recent ones. Yeah, you put it in. I think it makes the coat of arms.
Yes.
I think.
I was into it.
I've probably got most of them. I've got most of them.
Yeah.
I think.
Now you can collect coins just like every sad person.
Your dollars. I prefer your currency. Mm-hmm. It's a bit less. It feels a bit less permanent and it's a bit nicer. I prefer dollars are brilliant because we've got pound coins. Mm-hmm. They take up too much room. Mm-hmm. You get a lot of them. Takes up a lot.
I imagine
of room.
They're heavy as well. The weight is a big thing.
Well, that's what I mean. Like if someone runs out of a £5, they don't have any £5 notes. You pay for something with a £10 note. You get like
how many
£9 coins back.
It's like kilograms almost.
Yeah. So you get like now £9 coins back. They're not good.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Too much room. They take up too much room. Dollars are better.
We had like a $2 coin at one point, and we threw that shit away almost.
Yeah, get rid of that shit. Yeah. We used to have halfpennies, which is a half-penny.
Yeah. What the fuck is up with that? What a useless piece of currency.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's gone.
Tony, have you been playing anything else?
I have.
Okay, what's up?
That's a big tangent.
So I've been playing a whole bunch of this awesome game called Salt and Sanctuary.
Oh yeah, that's right. I've been really wanting to get that.
I was gonna say that, man, you will really enjoy this game.
Yeah, I watched Griffin McElroy and Justin McElroy from Polygon did a video on it, just playing through it, like showing some stuff off. I'm like, oh, this game looks like exactly what I want right now.
Yeah, it is exactly what you want. Mm-hmm. It's 2D side-scrolling Dark Souls amazingness, and everything about it just screams like, hey, this game is made in like exactly the vein that it needs to be awesome about being a Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
And it does really cool, like almost Metroid-ish stuff with it, where like as you progress through the game and beat bosses, which are traditional like Dark Souls kick your fucking ass bosses, you get like they're called brands that'll let you platform in different ways because there is a lot of 2D platforming. I wouldn't say a lot, but it's there. So like first you get like a wall jump, and you'll get other stuff like that just help you get around and do some neat stuff. But yeah, I've been playing a whole bunch. I think I'm pretty close to the end of the game, and
review forthcoming on IrrationalPassions.com.
I could.
I'd like to read that. So like what like outside, so basically there's like a salt system that is similar to Souls,
so instead of souls you get salt, and it works exactly the same way as souls, with one exception. When you die, it always turns into a monster or is put into the monster and or boss that killed you, except in the case of bosses you just have to do about a quarter damage to them to get your salts back, and then you can die to them again and not lose everything. So for me, like losing souls or salts is typically like that always happens to me in Dark Souls, and in Bloodborne as well. But in this one, it's actually been different because instead of when I beat the boss and then I just kind of like forget to go level up, and then I'm like, oh whoops, bye! I just accidentally lost 200,000 salts. Oops. So.
Do you get salty about
that? A little bit.
There it is. That's the joke.
It had to happen.
It's the joke we needed.
Yeah, this is the joke we deserve. And there's like a currency as well, right? So gold.
Yeah, gold is kind of useless, to be honest with you. Gold is used when you die. A cleric will revive you for some percentage of your gold. And I've never run out. I think right now I've got like almost 100,000, and there's no real use for it. I know you can trade like 500 gold for 100 salt.
Okay.
So
that's a fucked up ratio.
It's interesting. Like there are a lot of things that are very similar to Dark Souls.
Man, am I right?
I'm just kidding. Yeah. But there are other things about it that are like unique, which like there's a transmogrification system, which instead of having to find a weapon and stick with it, you upgrade your weapon and then you can like transmogrify it into the next class of weapon, which lets you and then you can change. It's weird because you can change like a class 4 sword down to a class 1 if you want to, and they're all viable. It just depends on what your preference is. And then armor is kind of useless, just like any Souls game.
Yeah. But is there like fat rolling? Will like armor
yes. Yeah. So the weight of your character definitely has an impact on how fast you move.
Okay.
The screen shakes and everything when you roll. Yeah. It's a pretty satisfying fat roll, but it's still like there is a semi flippy ring.
Okay. Yes.
There are the game is like reminiscent of Dark Souls stuff, even down to like the faults of Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really interesting to see all that play out on like a 2D screen.
Yeah.
And being able to jump whenever you want is very interesting when you're playing against bosses and stuff. Like technically in Dark Souls games you can jump, but it's not really useful.
Mm-hmm.
It's very useful in this game.
Yeah.
So
obviously, yeah, it's more vertical, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah, the boss design in this game is really good. Co-op is also in the game. I haven't tried it yet because I've been playing all by myself. But it's the way it works is like every bonfire is a sanctuary, and you pick like one of 3 deities at the beginning of the game. Then you can technically like denounce your deity and pick a new one if you find a new one that you like, which I've done. And basically when you claim a sanctuary, if it wasn't already a deity sanctuary, it becomes a sanctuary for whoever your deity is, and then based on your devotion level to them, which you can level up by collecting stuff off of enemies and all that kind of stuff, you can get extra consumables. So like essentially extra Estus flasks. It's different. Every single deity has a different type of Estus flask. And then they'll have extra like bonus items that you can use. So when you get to a new sanctuary, you can use these items that you find in the world called stone idols to add NPCs to the sanctuary and kind of turn every place into somewhere that you can go to upgrade your weapons and stuff.
Cool.
And there's one in particular that's the stone leader that allows you to teleport back to it at any point, which is pretty nice. You can buy like a horn for something like 100 salt that just lets you teleport to any sanctuary that has a leader in it that you've been to already. So basically I've gone through the game and made a network so I can kind of teleport wherever I want to.
Cool. I like that sounds awesome. It sounds like a really cool interpretation of
it's really well done.
Dark Souls in a 2D plane. So yeah, I'm glad that you picked it up because I definitely did want to hear more about it.
Yeah. It's the first Souls game that I've played with a two-handed weapon all the time. So I'm using a two-handed greatsword, which it is great. And then I have a shield, but typically I'm always two-handing it because when you two-hand a weapon, it does more damage and you attack faster with it. And then I'm wearing heavy armor. So typically I don't go for that kind of character in a Souls game, so it's been interesting to kind of go through this playthrough as like a real tanky kind of person.
Yeah. That sounds cool. I imagine that's the kind of game that I would really want to play fast because those 2D games especially, I like to play really quickly.
Yeah. It does impact, like I said, the heavier your armor, the slower you move, but it's not that bad, right? It's not like you're taking forever. If there is like an equipment threshold, and if you pass it, your character it's unplayable, right? I'm
sure it's terrible.
Yeah. You can't swing your weapon. Your character moves like 2 inches an hour.
2 inches an hour. The hot 2 inches an hour. Okay.
Yeah. And one other thing that I really wanted to point out that makes this game really neat is it's actually got a pretty extensive skill tree. So the way that leveling up works is you give salts to your deity, or any deity really. It doesn't matter as long as you're giving it to a deity. But and it's an increasing level of salt. that goes up as you level up, and basically what you're doing is trading the salt for a black pearl, which is an item that lets you assign a point to your skill tree. Also, every level up gives you a small bit of health. That's the only thing that there's not a stat for. It's just your health is based on your level.
Yeah.
But then you go to the tree of skill, and it's a giant like 6-pronged
Let me
skill
tell you about
tree.
my tree of skill.
Yeah, that goes out
Big
into
ups.
the different stats.
Yeah, I've seen the skill tree. It's like it's like the sphere grid system from Final Fantasy X.
It looks like that, and it's not as impenetrable though.
Yeah, it definitely seemed a little bit more approachable. It reminded me of the skill CD system from Omega Quintet. Maybe not as nightmarish.
Maybe not.
Yeah, that looked cool. And will you get like active skills from that tree as well?
No. So the only real active skills that you get are through the brands that you get from NPCs after beating some of the bosses.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I imagine like getting new traversal skills, if it is 2D, might allow access to new areas.
Right. I believe there are 5 of them, of which I like very recently just got the 5th one, so I got a trophy for it, and that's why I think that there are only 5. Okay. But yeah, they're very neat. Like anything from double jumping off of walls to being able to pull out your torch, which lets you walk through some walls. That kind of stuff. There's something I haven't really gotten around to going back to yet, which is like when you're playing through the early game, there you notice a lot of things that you can't do because you don't have those platforming elements yet.
Classic Metroidvania stuff.
So I have yet to go back and kind of do some of those things, except for a couple areas which were like obviously like, hey, now I can access this area, so go there. That's probably the next thing to go progress through. Okay. But yeah, it does Dark Souls very well in the 2D plane, and it's been a ride.
That sounds awesome. Everything you've said sounds great. Is that it, Tony?
That's it.
All right. Let's
Actually, I just have a quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
As someone who can't get in any Dark Souls or Bloodborne or anything like that, is this good for them to at least try?
I'd say this game is at least a little bit easier. At least I have found it a little bit easier.
But not like hard factor wise. Wasn't my problem with any of those games.
Sure.
It's just more of gameplay.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely, at least at the beginning, it feels a little bit more like arcade hack and slashy.
Okay. Cool.
So like if
they're kind of bread and butter.
And as you get deeper into the game, like that goes away and it becomes more Dark Soulsy as you go.
I imagine it's a gradual progression though. So if you were comfortable with the way it started, you'd be comfortable by the time.
If the ramp up is not such that you're gonna feel like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's no drop off. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I feel like when you take the kind of third dimension out of Dark Souls, that surprise factor of like, people like throwing shit at you coming out of nowhere, or something like coming from behind you that you just didn't see with a camera or whatever, like taking that out of it takes a lot of kind of what I think a lot of people have trouble with in that series out of it. So
yeah, there's a lot, like being able to be real far pulled away from your character and see everything is definitely a bonus.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Justin and I got some games we want to talk about, but we got plenty of news to get into. So after news,
plenty of nudes
that we have to share with you, the internet. After that, we will listen to our voicemail and throw it out. So we'll be back in just a little bit. All right, Tom, you can go pee and whatever and beer and stuff like that.
Quick point, I found something funny. So I was looking at Game Dev Story on the App Store.
Okay.
And I just stumbled across Damn Daniel, the game. Have you heard about Damn Daniel?
Oh my god.
Do you know Damn Daniel?
Yeah,
of course.
Back
at it again with the white fans.
Yeah, hilarious. So, damned it, the description. See how far you can run while helping Daniel get different pairs of vans.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm upset.
It exists as a game. Damn Daniel.
This is incredible, and I'm going to... How much money does it cost me? I'll
free.
Spend all of it. Okay, good.
It's a free to play. So you can play it, and then to unlock the vans, you have to pay £800.
800 actual pounds.
Yeah.
Damn.
That is one large man, 800 whole pounds.
It's 800 in-game pounds, which is 400 real pounds.
There's also just a Damn Daniel soundboard button, so...
I'm sorry.
Oh, shit, son. Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel.
Back at it again with the white vans.
Yeah. All right, I'm downloading it right now. All right.
Okay, I'm going to get beer and
Go for it. You're good, Tom. You're good. Do you need anything, Justin?
Hey, Alex. Or is he gone? Sounds like he's gone. All right, whatever.
Yeah, he's gone.
Fuck that guy. Would you chill? Scott, you would also like this game.
Yeah, probably.
Whoops.
Actually.
Damn.
Talk about it again. Yeah. Is it empty? No, that's okay. Are we gonna empty it? With how much we drank already, yes. Yeah, it's very much giving me the red face. Like my cheeks are already flushed. But like, look at this. You see this, Tom? Let's get all. Look at how flushed this is. This is how you.
They're rosy.
Turn into a serial killer, like pretty much real quick.
I've got a real issue in that I'm always hungry. That's my life issue.
That's your secret?
Is that your secret? Yeah. That's your Bruce Banner secret? Yes, I'll put in my address. Thank you.
I need food.
I've matched someone incredibly attractive on Tinder.
I'm sorry. I accidentally set my preferences to men.
Do
they have Tinder in the United Kingdom?
We do.
They have it everywhere, dude.
What?
Do you want to see who I matched?
Yeah, sure. Share it with the stream. Let's see.
Oh God.
That was perfectly covering her name too. She's very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Very attractive. I'm waiting for the removal.
Tell her she's podcast famous now.
She is. I haven't spoken to you. I haven't moved into the DMs yet.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I've left it hanging for a few hours. You know, I don't want to seem too eager.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on,
I have to refill my coffee. My Notice Me Senpai.
God damn it.
My Notice Me Senpai.
Oh wait, you're doing Notice Me Senpai? Hold on, let me check, make sure my free chest isn't ready yet.
Great. You do that.
I will.
See if I care.
I just care about you.
Who's your senpai?
Who's my? Oh, I have multiple senpais. You want to hear about them, Tom?
Who's the best senpai? Only the best one.
Let's hear. I mean, no, they're all the best ones. So,
No. Which one's the best one?
I mean, probably Gamer Senpai. Let's be real here.
All right.
Shun-chan.
That's the wrong answer though.
He's super cute.
No, Boss Senpai. What are you doing?
So Boss Senpai is actually just a goat.
Yes.
So we've got Izu-chan, who's Nerd Senpai, right? He's like the nerdy kid around the block. Art Club Senpai, Gamer Senpai, Drama Club Senpai. You know, the works. And there's also Sensei, who's a teacher. And I think that's taboo. Like I think when we get to the boning part of that, there's no boning part, but there is a part where they confess their feelings for you. I'm pretty sure when we get to that part, like
that is the boning part.
He's gonna get fired. Like I don't wanna make things too real here. Tom, did you get all beard up?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good.
Out 2.
Justin now has Snapchat.
I'm sorry,
I hate
Justin.
myself.
And
back at it again.
Yeah, back at it again with the Snapchat. And I got myself a beer. It is Justin brought this beer. It is the Maple Mistress Imperial Ale. And it tastes like honey and bark.
Oh, that's so OP.
It is so good.
Scott, are you back?
So, Alex, in Salt and Sanctuary, I just discovered that you can use the Wall Jump brand and then the brand that I just got, which lets you air dash to jump on a wall, jump off of it, then dash back onto the wall to climb it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how video games work. And now I'm sure you're back. So, you never left.
Never mind. It doesn't let you keep doing that.
Damn. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, let me just open this. Because I drink crap beer because I have friends around all the time, so I don't have expensive beer in, because if not, they'll drink it all.
That's
nice
very
beer.
fair.
So I just have Budweiser. Nothing fancy.
Wait, Budweiser, the king of beers?
Yeah.
Isn't that as American as it gets?
Yeah.
Not like
I don't think it's brewed in America.
I don't think so.
No, we make it in the UK.
Okay.
Damn.
I drink Budweiser all the time.
I've just got.
Oh. Go ahead. Tom.
I just got a drunk message from a female. Interesting.
We'll see how this
says I'm drunk.
Yeah, we'll see how this plot develops later.
I'll keep you updated.
We've got a pizza tracker going, so.
With no pizza.
Pizza. Are you familiar with the Domino's pizza tracker?
No. It's where I live.
So, when you order a pizza from Domino's online order, it's not really coming up.
Oh, is it where it shows like the timeline of what's happening?
Yeah. So, we've got it's in. We just placed the order.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then it'll go.
They're putting the toppings on, and then they're like putting.
Yeah. Then they go to it's baking, and then the prep, and then they throw to the driver, and then it's on its way.
So where I live, you can't order food from the Domino. There's not a Domino's near enough to order delivery.
Yeah.
The only place that's open is like a kebab shop, which is like.
It's where you get your kebabs.
Turkish kebabs, yeah.
Get kebabs.
Kebabs.
But they do food. They do pizzas as well. But they're like
what?
So they do pizzas. They do burgers. You can buy anything. Like if I the menus it's over there. I could honestly, it's just everything, all food. You can get Chinese food. You can get Indian food. But
it's this one kebab shop.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Because it's great, but it's the only shop.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like it's not like that's why they do it all, because you can't get it from anywhere else. Like I'd have to drive 40 minutes to get other food.
Okay, that sucks. See, I thought that no one in England drove. I hear like gas is super ungodly.
Oh, it's mega expensive. So we do it in liters because we're mental.
Yeah.
No, I think I worked it out, and it's. Let me see how many liters in a gallon.
It's like like 1.5, 1.75, something like that.
4.5 liters in a gallon. How much do you pay for a gallon of fuel?
So we pay about $2 right now in my area.
Yeah, mine's $1.99.
$2 for a gallon. Okay. So for 4.5 liters, it would cost me can't do maths. It's too late to do maths.
Yeah, especially when it's plural.
1.3 times 4.5. So costs £5.85 for a gallon of fuel. That's
way more. That's like $20.
Holy shit.
No, it's not. It's probably like.
Oh bollocks! I got the wrong around.
It's probably no. It's like $10 probably, or somewhere in that range.
So $8.5 for a gallon.
Holy my god!
Fuck that, dude.
Yep. So that's how much I pay petrol. So if you lived in a city, you can get away with not having a car, similar to obviously being American.
Yeah.
Where I live, I work a 15-minute drive away. One of my jobs. The other one, if I want to go to that office, is a half-an-hour drive. Nothing. As I said earlier, the shop that I have shuts at 7, and everything they sell is warm. The milk's warm. Everything's just rank and hot. Like the chocolate's melted. It's like the rankest shop in the world. So the closest shop is there's a small one, like a 10-minute drive away, and there's a proper one about a 20-minute drive away. Yeah. You have to drive where I live. You have to drive everywhere.
Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at as well. So
that's the fun thing is if I somehow make something in the games industry, it'll be a fun story.
Yeah, it'll be a great story. You'll be the Danny O'Dwyer of England.
That's what someone's already said. I'd love to be the Danny O'Dwyer of England. I'll take that.
Absolutely.
I love that man.
We're about to, that man is great. I've had the pleasure of meeting him. He let me play The Witcher 3 at his desk.
I'm incredibly. Where did you meet him?
At the GameSpot offices.
I'm incredibly jealous of that. I'd love to meet him. He tweets me back if I tweet him. I like that. I assume he does that for everyone. But he's cool. He's down to earth. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's even more handsome in person.
Amy Gilroy. He follows Amy Gilroy.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, she's.
I'm jealous of her.
So. It's an Irish thing. All right.
Sure.
Let's get this baby cracking. I think that's what they say.
I'm gonna make a crisp triangle.
Okay, you do that. Welcome back. Hey, Justin.
Hi.
We've been playing video games. I actually do you mind if I go first, Justin?
I don't care.
Okay.
I was like, I've been playing Clash Royale.
No, I wrote down some notes. So, inspired by Tony's hero, Lord and Savior, Dan Reichert.
Miss Mimosa.
Dan Reichert writes notes that he brings into the Giant Bombcast to remember stuff to talk about. It's something I've been meaning to start doing, so I actually wrote down some notes. I've already covered some of them. The first one is Tom is on. Talk about tea time. Nailed it. So I can check that off.
Done. Cross.
So I play this iOS game called Notice Me Senpai. We're all familiar with it. There's an Easter thing going on.
Yeah,
right now.
The icon has Easter bunnies on it.
Yeah, I understand. Like, we get it. I've said it. I've talked enough about it. But there was a thing that I think Nabashin would actually think is cool, and maybe Tony. They did like a White Day promotion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's good.
I'm
being funny.
I know you did. I know. Yeah. But
really?
Yeah.
Yes. I know we're dropping knowledge bombs in here. So like in Japan, Valentine's Day is February 14th, obviously. Where what girls give chocolates to boys, which is different than it is in the United States. But March 14th, it is March 14th right now, I'm not crazy.
Yes. Right.
Boys give chocolates back to the girls that gave them Valentine's Day chocolates. So that's what White Day is. So if you gave chocolate, they had a promotion in Notice Me Senpai where you could give chocolates to any of the characters in your cafe. So on White Day, you can open a gift from each of the people you gave chocolates to. I just thought that was really cool. It was
that is actually really cool.
Yeah, it's totally, obviously it's made by a company in Seattle. It's not an actual Japanese company, and it is very much playing on like Japanese anime jokes. But it was a cool thing, and since I'd given chocolates to all the senpais, then you get like currency and coins and stuff back, and it helps build the relationship with each of those characters. So I thought that was cool, worth bringing up. Played the Division with Tom, talked about that already. I kind of touched on it earlier. It's just that is a game that I need to play more of to be more critical of. I just really like everything that I've seen about that game. I wrote a short blog post about it earlier this week, but just like the presentation of that game, not necessarily the story, but the way that game presents itself to the player mechanically, and also like just like the UI and the city and the environments. It's all like super up my alley. The way it's done, it very much. I thought of it this way earlier this week. It very much wants to be The Last of Us, but it ends up being more Infamous 1, right? If that makes sense. So like the problem with Infamous 1 gameplay wise, like where that fell apart was like you're doing the same thing in every section of the city to kind of like move things along, and that's pretty much what the Division is. Like you got the same like 3 side quests in each section of the city. That's just like, all right, well, this is one where I have to defend this cache of supplies that dudes come up and shoot guns at to destroy. Like in this city where like there's not a lot of food and everything, the thing I have to stop people from doing is shooting their guns at food. Like, and it, like all I could think of when I was doing like multiple missions of those was like in Infamous 1, how like you climb on buildings and destroy like the little electric things on the sides of buildings. Like I just remember doing that like 40 fucking times.
Yeah, I try not to think about it when I'm playing it. I'm like, don't think too hard that you're just doing the same thing over and over again, because then you lose the enjoyment. I'm just like, to try and detach, just enjoy it, because I do have fun. And as soon as someone goes, you do know you're doing the same thing just over and over and over. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I am, aren't I?
And I think
I try not to think about it.
I think that's where the multiplayer helps. Like that's where there's an advantage, because you maybe don't notice because you're playing with a group of people. Like when we were doing like those side quests earlier in the week, and it was just the 4 of us just bullshitting, and we were protecting this cache of supplies. Like it was just like we were talking, and like there was no cache of supplies.
I can't even remember what we did.
Yeah,
we were just messing around.
Yeah, we were just having fun talking about it, playing, and like there's opportunities to play with your new powers and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, and I think that lends itself to why I've been playing it in short bursts. And I don't know if that's how everyone's going to play it. So again, that's kind of more unique to my experience. But yeah, it wants to be The Last of Us in that like it's got this super detailed environment that tells a lot of unique stories in it. But it, mechanically it ends up being very similar to Infamous 1, where it's got this great city, but you're not doing a lot of interesting things in it. We'll see where that goes. I'm gonna play more of it, obviously. So I also been playing Persona 4 Golden. Obviously, I knew I had to write down specific things, because there's no point in like revisiting that every week, just saying like, yeah, keep playing that, it's super good. It is super good.
What's Persona?
It's a great game. One might call it my favorite game of all time. I replayed through the social link, Yosuke's social link in that game, and I just forgot how just fantastic that is. Like that's super. That's just I like it. It just hits home. Like there's like this moment where he's like, you're really special to me, and like you're my best friend, and it's like they earn it so well. And like again, I mentioned it last week, replaying that game Golden for the first time ever, really, like just doing a fresh playthrough of it. I forgot like a whole bunch of things. Like the last 2 parts of every social link are fully voice acted. I'm like, oh, I totally forgot about this. Like that's really cool, and that wasn't in the original version of the game. And like that's just a nice little touch to kind of bring home the kind of climax or the climactic ending to those kind of interactions. It's just he says like, hey, you're my best friend. You're what's keeping me grounded, and stuff like that is really powerful. I also remembered because I got to the part where Kashiwagi, the second teacher, shows up. She's actually in the second Persona 3 movie. Which is really funny. Basically, on the summer vacation part of Persona 3, you, Akihiko, and Junpei are running around this, you're on this island on vacation, and you're running around the beach trying to pick up girls. Very similar to the Up Close and Personal plan which I think is why they kind of included that in the golden version of Persona 4. But in the movie, they run into Kashiwagi, and there's a funny little interaction that happens there. That's worth seeing. I think.
I can't wait to see those movies.
Yeah. So mostly she has a definite attraction to Akihiko, who is kind of like the most manly of the group.
Of course.
It's very much along those lines. It's very funny. I remember that when she came back in the game, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I never brought this up. Those movies are great. Still recommend watching them. The Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition came out on Friday of last week. I didn't get the chance to play it until this week. It's $5 if you had the original Ori and the Blind Forest. Obviously, that was my number 2 favorite game of last year. Big fan of it. So I've just been playing through that. Right now, I haven't gotten to anything different, except for like kind of the general enhancements they've made to the game. Like you can see damage numbers now. I'm way into damage numbers. It ends up.
Love those stats.
Yeah, I love it, man. Like numbers are great. Like Tony and I talk about it a lot. But like anytime those numbers go up, you feel that primal goodness in you.
I hear you.
And yeah, so now you can turn that on. I don't know. I don't think that was an original setting. They might have patched it into the original Ori, but so now you can see how much damage you're outputting and the actual numbers of experience you're getting instead of just kind of getting experience. So that's cool. I haven't gotten any of the new stuff. There's 2 new abilities and 2 new sections of that game. I've seen kind of dabbled in one of the new sections, but I didn't have a power to get through it quite yet. So I'm just kind of playing through the stuff that's already in that game. They added new stuff to the skill tree, though, to make up for that. So there are 3 skill trees in that game, so they added 2 new abilities to each tree. So it's cool. Apparently, they also added difficulties, so there's a easy, normal, and hard, and 1 life difficulty, so you can only play through with 1 life in that one. So I really like that game. I'm enjoying it again. I think they changed some of the color schemes in it. I'm not sure. Some of the colors seem like more orange. Which is kind of the theme. Like if you look at the title card, it's a bit more orange than the original version. So I don't know. Orange, yes. Orange. You glad I didn't say banana? Justin and myself, as well as my roommate, played a whole bunch of Jackbox Party Pack 2 last night. We were streaming it, and we got some people in on it. And that was fun. I got a little raunchy at one point, but that's fine.
Just a little bit.
And then I don't know. We were just hanging out, and we because we had played it. If you go into the live on PlayStation section, it just shows people streaming to Twitch or whatever, Jackbox Party Pack, because it was the most recent game we had played.
Yeah.
So we just looked at each other and we're like, all right, we're going to jump in and ruin this person's whole game. So then we jumped into a couple of different streams and just fucking destroyed everything. I was the number 1 rank in a game of Fibbage 2, and then Ethan was number 1 in a game of Quiplash, and we were just dropping the most inappropriate shit in the world.
And we kept being in the top 4.
Yeah,
consistently. We were always there.
It was always us and maybe one other person. But yeah, that just turned into the worst but yet best thing. We also played some of that bomb disposal game in that game.
Yeah, that was actually surprisingly fun.
Yeah, it was actually fun. Basically, if you've ever played Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, it's kind of like that, but the instructions are given to each player. Obviously, everyone has their own smartphone. They're distributed by page to each player. So page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. And let's say Justin had page 1, he'd read it out loud first, then I have page 2, I'd read mine out loud, and then Ethan, my roommate, had page 3, he would read it out loud. And then we basically know what to do. But sometimes
multiple people would have the chance to defuse the bomb.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't know. We're looking at the phone oh, I have the choice to choose which wires to cut.
Yeah, and
all of a sudden Alex would cut a wire, and I'm like, who the hell just did that?
Yeah, maybe by accident or something. And some of the instructions are only player named Alex can cut, wires 2 and 4. It's like, and then based on the other rules, you have to know if you have to cut those wires at all, and if you do, then I have to be the one that cuts it. And they would layer stuff on top of that. So that was actually a really cool way to make that like a multiplayer experience. And also there's like a file sorting part of that, like an interim mini game.
Fuck that system.
Where it's like sort these names from A to Z, and it's different names on each device, and you have to read them out loud and figure out who gets where to sort it.
And who clicks what at what time and all that stuff. And it's, oh my God, that got ridiculous.
So that was actually a really cool game. It's 1 to 4 players. And that was better than I thought. We kind of decided not to play it because we'd heard it was bad, but it ended up being all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it got a lot of flack because it came out before Keep Talking, Nobody Explodes. And at that point, like, I don't really want to play this kind of thing. And then
it's
Keep Talking, Nobody Explodes came out, and that blew up.
We were a little drunk, and that was a bad idea.
And that also didn't help.
It's a good idea. It's always a good idea. Oh.
I have no idea. It kind of looks like they froze.
Yeah, it was great.
Did they die?
What? Just alright? What did you say?
You guys died.
Yeah. Oh, did we die?
Yeah.
Are we back?
You're right.
Yeah,
well, you could, Alex.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, come on. You die, you don't come back. That's how death works.
Okay. You're right. I'm dead forever now. Anyway, we played Folklore. That game's alright.
Yeah, playing it again. I remember liking that when it came out, obviously, because it was like around the first generation of games that came out for PS3.
Because there was nothing else.
There was nothing else.
That is the truest thing. Like, Ratchet and Clank hadn't come out yet, so you were just kind of dying on the inside.
Yeah. But playing it again now, like, obviously, kind of after PS3 games came out.
It's a very unique thing.
Yeah, and it still looks good.
Yeah, like the character models in that game. Like, the world looks fine. Like, it looks like a PS3 game. But some of the rendering of the character models, not facial expressions. Not at all.
No.
Not voice acting. Not at all. But, like, the character models themselves, are much like in that Assassin's Creed-like way, there's, like, way too much detail on the clothes. Or the belly, as we learned.
They focused way too much on Ellen's stomach.
It's
really weird.
It's kind of super weird. But, yeah, that game's okay.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I really want to play some more.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid voices in that playthrough. That's all I've been playing. That's all the notes I wanted to kind of cover as well. Justin, do you have anything you want to add about any video games?
Yeah, besides Folklore, Division, we already talked about it. I didn't play it as much because I've been getting distracted by another game that's on my list. But I got past at least I think where the beta ends, sort of. I don't know if that one mission where you go in the like subway happens as early as it did.
Yeah, no, that's one of the first missions as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but I just did Madison Square Garden.
That's actually in the chronological order. That's the third mission. So you do the medical mission, then the security mission, and then that's the tech mission.
Okay.
So there's actually a mission between those two that is also
I saw that. And I'm
really
looking
cool.
at it on the map, and I'm like, I don't think that's where we went.
All the missions, you know, at the core, they're very much like go in here and shoot guys, but they're actually really good. Like,
yeah,
they're well structured. They're well paced.
Even playing Madison Square Garden, because when we played it in the beta, I played it with you guys. This time I played it by myself, and I'm like, this is still fun. Yeah. Even me playing it by myself for the first time, I'm like, okay, this is here. All right, I'm gonna run in this contamination zone and just grab the chest and die, whatever. Okay, I remember that. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. Even though I'm not only that far, I really want to get back into it. Again, it's just one game has been taking up all my time.
Nightcry, right?
No, it's not Nightcry.
Digimon Cyber Sleuth.
It's definitely Digimon Cyber Sleuth. So I was curious.
Yeah.
Again, no surprise. I love Digimon. I'm a big Digimon fan. But this game came out, super excited. I was actually happy to be the one guy on the internet to announce the release date, and it kind of just blew up my Twitter feed for like the past like hour or so afterwards. Like just people retweeting like, "Is this the real date? How do they know?" But I started.
So we're gonna call you Scoops McGraphius.
Scoops, yes.
Okay.
So I was curious because I'm like, all right, well, I'm on chapter like 10. How long does it take to beat this game? Just main story, not messing around with anything. 36 hours.
Wow. That's actually shorter than I thought it would be.
Just the main story, no kind of doing any side stuff. I've been trying to get all the Digimon that I like or seen in the shows, like the Dark Masters, the 4 of them.
Agumon is
Agumon is not one of them. Angemon is
Anjuwomon?
holy Digimon. But no, the 4 Dark Masters
Blazemon. 420 Blazemon.
Sure, let's go with that one. But the 4 Dark Masters, Machinedramon, Piedmon.
It's lit.
It's lit, Mon. Puppetmon and Metal
Pikachu?
Pikachu's definitely in there.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
But like I've been trying to get all the Digimon I like before I get too far in the series.
So just Anjuwomon.
I got Anjuwomon already.
So do you collect them like Pokemon and then you can release them like Pocket Monsters, or do you have to collect like the baby one, the babby one, and raise it up?
Okay, so what they've been starting to do back in the DS games is
here we go.
When you fight, I promise. When you fight them, all of a sudden this scan gauge comes up.
Oh, and you download them like a virus.
If you get them, if you
malware,
if you see, sure.
I'm sorry, Jess. I'm ruining this for you, but I'm having way too much fun.
I don't care.
Okay.
But if you see them in battle enough times to get their scan gauge up to at least 100%,
ladies,
you can download them essentially and get them to your party and allow.
Does it come as like a WinRAR file? Because I don't want to download WinRAR again. Okay.
If you want.
Cool. That's fine. Stuff at Expander. There's another. That's a Mac joke for everyone out there.
But once you download them, you
so
can add
cool.
to your party.
That one was a deep cut. I knew you'd get it, Tom. Okay.
And once you have them in your party, you can level them up. And then there's certain attributes that it's looking for that you can make them digivolve to the next level, or you can make them go down a level to
the more cute version of what they were.
Yeah, and
did you devolve?
Did you devolve? Thank you. Yeah.
And that's how you can kind of decide on where you want to go with the Digimon and how you want to actually evolve them into whatever form you want.
Okay.
So I'm past chapter 10 now, but when I was starting to do this stuff, I was on chapter 10. I already had 4 level Mega Digimon.
Dude, you'd already broken the game.
Metal Seadramon, Venom Myotismon.
Stop.
It was a Digimon called Gaussmon, which I never heard of. It was just an accident. That's not even the one I wanted, but it was the one I got.
Sure.
Is there one just called Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, Dave Mon.
That's my favorite.
No, it's just Dave.
It's just Dave.
And then I got Machinedramon finally.
It's just like a dude with a 5 o'clock shadow too. Is it? I have a crazy boner right now. Is that like weird? Is that normal? All this Digimon talk.
Could.
So all right. We get it. Digimon. You're collecting them. You're getting them. But like, where is the cyber sleuth aspect of it playing?
You play as a detective.
Do you go into the computer world?
Yes.
Do you solve mysteries in the computer world?
Yes.
Do you have to... Is there an aspect of solving the computer world mysteries that involves you solving things outside of the computer world, let's say in the real world?
Yes.
Okay.
You could do both.
This is starting to sound pretty legit, Justin. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's pretty good. Yeah, you like the whole... Besides the main story, sometimes you have to actually do detective missions where you're talking to the client. They're saying, hey, I lost this item in the cyberspace in this area.
So you're like a cyber PI, right?
Yeah.
So you're just taking pictures of cheating husbands and then showing them to their what? Does that actually happen?
No.
Oh.
I haven't gotten anything like that yet.
Damn it, Justin.
But I just wanted to say with how much time I spent on it, 36 hours for main story alone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on chapter 10.
Yeah, and you're like 45 hours in.
There's 20 chapters.
So you're halfway through the story,
I was
presumably
38 hours in.
Whew.
And I'm like, and that was mostly because I was just trying to digivolve people.
Fuck yeah, you were.
Give me a Digimon Digivolve app on my phone and I'll be set for life.
Yeah, giving me my Mass Effect, build up my I'm ready for the end of the world meter, but with Digievolution's app on your phone. Sorry, Navish, I know that's too close to home.
But yeah, it's super fun. I love the DS game, and this is really a good love letter to Digimon fans. It was for their 15th anniversary here that they brought it out. And if you like a good RPG game with that kind of a micromanaging type aspect to it, yeah, it's definitely a fun game.
Sounds awesome. Like, it genuinely sounds good. I know Cameron Abbott of Naughty Gamers has been digging into it as well. And Digimon, what are you gonna do? Digimon, Digital Monsters. How about is that all you want to say about it, Justin?
Yeah, I could keep going on about it.
I know
I don't
you
think
could.
Anybody else wants to hear it besides me.
You've given me enough to at least have me appreciating it from a distance with my arms out.
Again, if you like RPGs at all, it's definitely worth taking a look at. Just for
is it like turn-based combat?
Yes.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Nobishin? Sorry.
No, that expression was dumb.
With my arms out like this? It was. I'm a little tipsy right now, so forgive me.
You're getting tipsy, are you?
Yeah. As you can see by my rosy cheeks, like, I'm just a mess.
I'm getting drunk. All right.
Yeah, we're going to record more episodes of Folklore later, and people are going to be like, why are they so fucking wasted?
Just flips.
Yeah, exactly. It just flips to, they're a mess.
I haven't recorded anything drunk, I don't think, for my channel. Did you see me drunk at PSX? You must have.
You were keeping it together.
Well, because
you were drunk, but you were like holding it back, because you told me, you brought me aside. You're like, I'm trying to keep it together because fucking people keep coming up to me and asking me like, hey, how are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be like a mess here. And I'm like, no, I actually understand because
window.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't even remember that conversation with you.
Well, of course. And I told you, I'm like, no, that makes sense because you're Tom fucking Hawkins. So, yeah.
The annoying thing is, the night I could have had free drinks, I couldn't have any drinks. At the Kind of Funny event.
Exactly.
Kevin wouldn't let me.
Yeah. But you respect him, so it's okay.
Yeah. I was in charge of the money. I had too much responsibility.
Next, Kind of Funny Live, though. No responsibility.
Yeah. I can't wait. Because I really want them to get Little Dicky. Because were you there when they were talking about that?
Yes.
And they were saying, like, I was like, you need to get, because if they got Little Dicky backstage, and I feel like I could get backstage pretty easily.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like
you got a little bit of pull.
I could meet Little Dicky, and my life would be made.
Yeah.
Some people have put pictures of meeting him. That's annoying me.
Yeah, I'm glad that you like him so much. It's kind of.
I love him. Yeah. Do you like Little Dicky? What's your view on him?
I enjoy Little Dicky quite a bit. I'm not like a huge crazy fan.
No, I'm not crazy, but I do enjoy him.
Whoa.
Whoa.
No.
Because it took me ages to get Sean onto him. Sean didn't like him.
Really? Okay.
Sean
is now like the biggest proponent.
He is, but he hated Little Dicky, and I tried to get him to listen to it for about 2 months, and then eventually one day I said I made him listen to one song. Little Dicky's got one serious song on his new album, on his recent album. It's called Molly, and it's a very serious song. And I said, just listen to this, and he went, okay, he can rap, and he's actually got something serious to say. Then you listen to the rest of them, and they're hilarious.
Yeah,
he's very clever in what
I really
he's
like his 9-minute song off the album. I don't remember what it's called. But when he's like talking to his inside head voice and the girl, it's very funny.
Pillow Talk.
Yeah, Pillow Talk. Yes.
Very good. Yeah. Do you fuck with the war?
That's probably my favorite song off that album.
That's a good song. Molly's my favorite. Means a lot. Yeah. It hits home.
Yeah. How about we talk about some news? How's that sound like?
Let's. Little Dicky tangent, but
so hold on. Cut the music, Alex.
Okay, we're cutting the music.
So before we go into news,
all right, we're gonna have to play it again.
I wanted to briefly touch on Street Fighter V.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Saying how I kind of played but didn't play it this week.
Okay.
So I played Street Fighter V.
Yes.
And I went and did survival mode.
Oh, I saw your tweet about this.
Yeah, it was good stuff. So
yeah.
I'm trying to beat normal survival mode, which isn't really a problem. It's not all that difficult. But survival mode in general is just a pain in the ass. And so there are 30 levels on normal. And in 3 attempts, I got to like 28, and then the game crashed. And then I got to 26 and the game crashed. And then like 23 and the game crashed. And I was like, this is just ridiculous. Like, the dumbest possible thing. So I was like, all right, I'm done playing Street Fighter. I'm just going to wait for them to update it, whatever. And I was like, I'll play one ranked match. Got into a ranked match. The second it pops up with me versus the other character, game crashes. Turned off on PS4.
Yeah.
So that's all. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, when we like played for like an hour maybe together, just you and me, like the game like crashed from the servers like once, and it crashed us out to the menu when we were just like doing battles between the two of us like locally.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's messy. It's a mess. All right, let's talk about some news. News in gaming.
Damn, Daniel.
I enjoy that way too much. We got plenty. Yeah, getting that sweet iTunes based soundboard. We got plenty of stuff has happened. I'm trying to like decide like where we're gonna focus in on. So quick hits, real quick. Axiom Verge is coming to Wii U and Xbox One. I thought that was worth mentioning. It's cool. They should probably
get that spread.
They should probably get it out on Vita.
Yeah.
But apparently that's going through certification right now. So hopefully that'll be out soon. And Tacoma was delayed till the first half of 2017, which is a bummer for me. That was definitely one of like I'm not necessarily excited for that game because I really don't know what it is still, and that is inherently exciting. But that's very far away. I'm expecting that to probably end up being towards the middle of 2017, because they specifically said, "Hey, first half of 2017, not first quarter or second quarter or anything specific like that." So, that sucks. And last week, I totally blanked on this. Was probably one of the bigger pieces of news that we didn't cover, but more publishers were pulling out of E3. So Disney, Activision, and Wargaming, as well as EA, will not have booths at E3.
I didn't know Activision did.
Yeah. Activision will still be present in press conferences, it sounds like. Like, they've already said that Call of Duty will be at the Sony press conference. But yeah, that's just
I think it does
with something I don't mean to cut you off, Tom. But I've been saying for like 2 years now that E3 is like losing its relevance. And now like on the other end of it where I'm like kind of right about it, like it's just been like this feeling after kind of went through that really big shift a few years ago. Now I'm just kind of bummed out because like hopefully I will get the chance to go to E3 and cover it before it becomes like not a big deal anymore.
The thing I find with E3 is I think to hardcore gamers it's losing its relevance for sure. To actual people that play a lot of games it's losing its relevance. But to people like my friends, they've just bought PS4s, so they're a couple of years behind. They've only got a few games. They're asking me what they should buy, and like I feel the only time that they ever talk to me about games and like get really hyped up about stuff is at E3. It appeals to the the massive audience that aren't generally interested in it, and I think that is where it is helpful and does still have a purpose. Yeah. Definitely to people that play games all the time and keep up with all gaming news is pretty shit. It's irrelevant. Like, doesn't make much of a difference. But to like the general population, it definitely it gets more attention than anything else. Maybe something will replace it, but who knows? Yeah,
maybe it'll just change into something that's not so restrictive in the future.
For sure, because there's definitely things wrong with E3.
Yeah,
but I think it does serve a purpose.
But like they've talked about it on the Bombcast a lot of like there are a few opportunities where press from every country that covers video games in the world like come to like one place to cover games for an event, right?
Sure.
Like the IGN UK folks and the Kotaku UK and people from Japan and coverage. Like very few times do they actually come out to the United States to where a lot of the biggest publishers of video games in the world are to get hands on, talk to developers, and you have their full attention.
Yeah.
There are very few excuses for them to do that anymore. And if E3 goes away, you're just not going to have everybody in one place anymore. And I think that can be that can be restrictive for like getting
yeah, that would definitely be the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
The only other thing that would fix it is if PAX changes how the way they do things.
Yeah, like those public
PAX
conventions.
Right, where PAX is, they're changing little by little.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But I don't think it's not any. If E3 is going away as fast as it looks like it's going away, then it doesn't look like PAX is going to be taking over E3's real role.
Yeah, like
anytime soon.
Yeah, like the thing that would take over those roles, I think first would be something like PlayStation Experience, and then it's only a matter of time before there's an Xbox Experience out there, and even then, like then you're just kind of what did you say?
The X Expo?
The X Expo, or the Triple Expo. And even then, like then you're spreading out the events over the year, and just not everybody's going to show up to every event. That's just the reality of it. I want to know what you think about this, Nabishin.
E3 in general?
Yeah, E3 and its relevance, kind of.
I mean, it's been the writing on the wall for a while. As far as like Nintendo Directs and just like companies like Sony just like doing their own thing. Is like it's more of like E3's always been the place where, or at least like years ago, the writing, like the thing about like the main complaint about it was it was this it was a press thing that like a lot of people wanted to go to, but like they just couldn't go into because like that was more for like the professionalism and like E3 used to be something that was strictly for just the press. Even like if you look at their old E3s, like Giant Bomb did their old the videotapes of when Sony first unveiled the PS3 on like how dry that was and just like how they show sales charts and stuff like that. They don't do that anymore because
the whole world
because of the internet and because of the television, of course the whole public interaction that like people they just eventually just got away from even like talking about their numbers at all and just talking about games. So like just because how E3 has evolved, like for it to evolve, it kind of has to like be what is not even is anymore, and that's why everything's breaking apart. Like why even do something like that anymore?
Yeah.
So it just makes sense.
It's the Nintendo Direct was kind of like the first sign of the writing on the wall. You're right, because like as soon as Nintendo was like, well, we don't need to pay for this big venue and press conference when we can just do it live, and so many people will watch it that it's going to crash. Like that's how big this is because it's open to everyone, right? The information's open to everyone, and instead of like people getting it secondhand from a news story on IGN, they're just watching when it's actually physically announced in this pre-recorded video that's way cheaper to manufacture. And now, like, Sony has 3 big press conferences a year. They've got their E3 press conference. They've got whatever they do in the fall, whether it's Gamescom or now Paris Games, even though I think it'll probably just be Gamescom moving forward. And then they've got PSX in December. So, like, they're already stepping away from that. That's why I think like it only makes sense that like Microsoft does their own thing, and now EA is doing their own press conference in their event that is adjacent to E3. So I don't know. It's kind of a bummer, but it's also interesting to see where like this goes. Fascinating. But let's not spend too much time on it because again we got a lot of stuff we've got to cover. We'll kick things off with the Final Fantasy 15's release date may have leaked. We don't know for sure yet. Obviously, they're going to be announcing the release date at the end of this month on the 30th at their like little LA event hosted by Greg Miller and Tim Geddes. But it just came out that the release date may be September 30th. That'd be a worldwide release date. I don't know if that's like a Friday though, which is typically where.
I believe so.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But yeah, so it's just leaked that might be it. That makes sense. It's end of third quarter, so it's right before whatever they have planned for winter, that main fall, as it is known.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, fucking keep that dream alive. I'm
trying.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it could be Kingdom Hearts 2.8.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I thought you meant
I need that
Hearts 3.
Aqua story.
because they said that's coming out in 2016. Of course, they haven't said anything about it, but we're still pre E3.
Still waiting for that key.
But I don't know. We'll know by the end of the month. So, which is crazy. I'm still very excited to hear about that. But I think that date makes sense. Let's see. Speaking of Square Enix, I guess on the topic, Project Setsuna, which they announced last year at TGS as like a new JRPG from a new internal Square Enix studio, like a new IP that hopefully they can mine for more and more money, like Final Fantasy. It is coming out this summer, and it's an old school JRPG in the vein of Chrono Trigger was the example they kind of threw out there. It's also not for Vita, apparently.
Cool.
Yeah.
Came out in Japan for Vita and PS4.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, that sounds really cool. When they announced that, like, it seemed like nobody really addressed it. I remember I was on after that very dry E3. It was the E3 press conference from that Square Enix did last year. If we want to talk about dry press conferences, they announced that, and I was on Bonus Points, Roger recording Caleb's podcast. That they, it was something I was really actually excited about. They were talking about, hey, we want to make a new JRPG from our best ideas, our, kind of like a younger, new studio within Square Enix. And hearing that it's like kind of in the style of like action or active time battle, maybe like Square Enix or like Chrono Trigger, like classic Square Soft style JRPGs. That's really cool. I'm excited to see what that ends up being. And I'm going to keep that dream alive. I'm going to keep bringing it up as often as I can. But to open it up to kind of the more conversational topics, Xbox One has done something, or Xbox in general has done something pretty interesting with the release of Rocket League on Xbox One. Basically, they've set up some kind of back-end architecture so that Rocket League players can play with PC Rocket League players. And that actually kind of bridges that together with PlayStation 4 Rocket League players.
It does indeed.
So Rocket League is kind of a game that is actually cross-platform play. Like, you could feasibly, if Sony opened their network to it, could play online with PlayStation 4 players on Xbox One.
Mind blowing.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
It would stop the war.
It would stop the war. Finally, Rocket League, the peace bringer of the war!
Rocket League brings it all together.
Yeah, Rocket League with its little white flag on the back end of its car of peace.
Team Fat Flag.
Team Fat Flag of peace. And an olive branch sticking out of the top hat on the car. Yeah, exactly. That's really cool.
It's awesome.
And like, I don't know if it's gonna happen. Might not. It was cool because, and I saw some people talking about it on Twitter. I think like Zavdamanos on Twitter was saying like, hey, basically by saying, hey Sony, the ball's in your court. Sony just looks anti-consumer and like an asshole if they don't end up putting it out on like opening their network out to Xbox. So, Justin, are you okay back there? Yeah, he's just shoving a sandwich in his face. For people's reference, that's where he went. What do you guys think of this? Anybody have any thoughts on it? Not all at once. Which is, I think it's starting to turn into my catchphrase on this show. Scott? Are you stoked? You ready to play Rocket League with me?
He sounds stoked.
Yeah, I can fucking dying over there. I mean, it's cool because I have people like Joe, our good friend Joseph Fate.
It's more of like a finally type thing, rather than a yay hype thing.
Yeah.
Because the tech has been out there since pretty much online has been out there to be
since like Final Fantasy 11, which
no, that's the first time I think it's happened.
Yeah,
but
Sony brought that up.
But it's been something that's been able to happen way before that.
Yeah, but like
it just didn't. And like the big thing here about this is it's hooray for Microsoft finally saying, hey, let's get a big. Let's stop having the. It's a good thing coming from Microsoft. That says, hey, let's stop having online exclusivity here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The problem being is not all games play particularly well on all forms of controllers.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's less of an issue now.
Yeah, now it's less of an issue.
It's more of like first-person shooters, you don't want to play with PC players because they have an advantage. You know, that type of deal. Mouse and keyboard and whatnot. But yeah, you're correct though. Like Sony apparently put out a response saying like, hey, we're open to it. Obviously, we've been doing cross-platform play since the beginning and they mentioned Final Fantasy XI as a example. And Xbox, the original Xbox could play Final Fantasy XI, Xbox and PC players, and they could play with PS2 and Xbox and PC players. God, jeez, I'm a mess tonight. But yeah, it's cool. I'm very interested to see where this goes, especially with all like the future console type stuff going on. But let's get right into the fucking VR stuff. Let's do it. PlayStation VR. Are you familiar with PlayStation VR? Everyone? Justin?
I want one.
It's a headset coming from Sony. They had a GDC press conference. Sony did, kind of talking finally about what the price and the release date looks like. It will cost $399 or for our English friends, 349 British pounds. Or 399 euros if you want to get into it. 44,980 yen. Dropping hot knowledge. And it's coming out in October. So we now have a price and date window. They also released a whole bunch of specs. I think the only thing I noted in my editorial that I wrote up is an OLED display. OLED, which is the same as the original Vita screen. Very sharp. Some of the best colors come out of displays like that. They announced a bundle as well that'll be $499. That includes 2 Move controllers and a PlayStation Eye. You need at least a PlayStation Eye for this to work.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, because like Riggs uses a normal controller, doesn't it, and then a VR headset.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need Move controllers for every game, but you'll need them for some.
Yeah,
like the
Dreams
and the Until Dawn thing. You'll need Move controllers as well.
Really?
Because you have like 2 guns or knives or whatever independent.
Yeah, it's an on-rail.
Okay.
Yeah.
You dual wield.
Okay.
You dual wield guns in Until Dawn. I know what the kids have always been waiting for.
Yeah.
And you'll need a move for Golem.
That's right, well. The Golem. They said, I don't think they've announced specific launch lineup, but they said 50 games will be available by the end of calendar 2016.
Wow.
For the platform.
Wow, that's a lot.
Which is a lot, yeah, but we'll see.
Are they all good? It's like, remember when the old iToy? Like, some of the games on that were just like
more
drivel.
Maybe it's more 50 experiences than it is 50 games.
Yeah, exactly. Like they announced PlayStation VR Worlds, which I still am not sure what that is.
I think it's like a party game. There's YouTube videos out there now of what some of those are. I know 2 of them have like are party games. I think that's VR Worlds.
And that comes in the $499 bundle.
What's a party game for a VR controller that you only by yourself?
You have to see the.
I know. I've seen it.
I was gonna say
it sounds super weird.
So funny. Like it looks so fun.
Yeah, Justin was telling me a bit about it because I didn't end up seeing it. But yeah, it sounds like stuff is going on the TV that the person in the headset doesn't see. But yeah, there's a breakout box. Kind of like people had speculated. I saw the goddamn thing at PSX.
Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't tried it.
Yeah. You haven't tried it, Tom?
No, queues are too big at PSX.
Have you tried any VR stuff?
Not proper VR, no.
Okay.
The queues are always too big and I don't have time. Like, at those events, I was always too busy doing random other shit, trying to sort people out, so I didn't really have much of a chance.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be able to make an appointment, and I got to play Battlezone.
The app just sucked for me, and because I'm English, it didn't work very well.
Yeah, it's a very like nationalistic thing. It's kind of fucked up.
It is. Yeah, it's racist.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
As a quick, who's getting it? As a quick round.
Justin, you got it. This is an audio format. You understand that, right, Justin?
Me.
Well, we don't have to do a physical hands up, but you know what I mean. Like
Justin is getting it.
You
getting it? That pre-order to go up.
I intend on getting it.
You
know, I might be in a weird financial place come October, so I don't know for sure if I'll be able to get it.
You're not getting it.
Yes, I plan on getting it, but I can't guarantee it just because of how expensive it is.
Of course, yeah, that's the case I'm in. Like, I hope to get it. I would love to have it. I don't know if I can afford it. That's what I mean. Like, who wants it?
Tony, you're in.
I don't want it at all.
You don't want it at all. What's your reasoning?
Obviously I haven't tried the Rust stuff, so it's just like one of those things. But like, I don't know. It's there's just nothing that's really that appealing. There's nothing really it's kind of hard to put into words, but like being someone who has like pretty much like I'm set for that thing too. Like I have like 2 Move controllers. I have a PlayStation camera, so like I would getting in the low end for even having that, but like there's nothing really appealing for that, and just the whole fact of being isolated is not something that's really appealing to me. And sure, I'm like a hermit crab of a human being. I shut up in my room by myself, but like I like being able to like go out. I don't like being like I like immersion. Immersion is fine, but like I like immersion in my mind rather than like having something giving me that immersion itself. Kind of like reading a book type of thing. Like having an imagination is more better than like having something shown to you on screen.
Yeah, there's a sense of like getting cut off from things, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to use the word desensitizing, because like it's technically not doing that to you, but you're removing yourself from reality in a lot of ways. Isolation is probably the best way you could phrase that in Abishin. I totally understand what you're saying. It is, especially if like you're wearing like over-the-ear headphones. It is very isolating.
Yeah, it's quite jarring. Like I think, like I've used like those little fake ones you wear, and like I used the Samsung VR. Do you know
Gear
that
VR?
one where you put your phone? Yeah, the one where you put your phone in.
Yeah.
So Andy brought that to PSX. So I've used that, and you're right. You're in a room with people. So there was me, Andy, Sean, Fred, and I think Alex Aziz in the room. And like I was just like, I'm sure someone's just gonna fuck with me at some point when I'm wearing, because you don't know what's going on around you. And I was like, I'm sure someone's just gonna push me over or put something in front of me, and like you are, because you're just completely removed from the room. Yeah. Which is fun, but you know, I'd probably lock all the doors.
Kind of scary, yeah. Like
I'd probably lock all the doors, make sure no one can come in while I'm using it.
Yeah, like you know, I got dick roommates. I understand.
Exactly. Like, yeah, it's funny. I'd do it, but
it's kind of also fucking terrifying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm really, because I was thinking about it, right? Because I wrote my piece earlier this week.
I wrote my piece.
Somebody put that down in titles. I wrote it, and you know they announced like, hey, you can also play any PS4 game in PlayStation VR. Basically, we'll project a movie theater screen into VR, and you can play it on that. And like, I wrote it out of like, hey, you know, why would anyone use a TV if like they can watch basically a movie theater size version of the experience on an OLED movie theater screen, right? Like basically the best TV you could buy, and like that's how sharp and good it's gonna look. And I harken back to like the time I saw Uncharted 3 played on a movie theater screen. Super cool. You know, obviously the surround sound and everything was a big part of that. If you had good headphones, maybe you could simulate that. Maybe not the vibrations and all that, but I was thinking, like, you know, I'm laying on my couch, for example, like right here. Like, this is where I play games, on this couch. I'm laying on here, like, you know, what does that look like? Can I like lay back so I'm looking up at the ceiling in real life, but for me, that's like the wall, and it's a movie theater screen. Or like, how do I rearrange the VR room that I have?
Yeah, do you have to have a clear space?
Yeah.
Like with the Wii, like you got to clear a whole area and all that.
Yeah, do I have to be sitting up, or can I reorientate the VR headset so like when I'm looking up at the ceiling?
I like that idea. I'd like to be able to lay on my sofa or in bed, and you're just laying in bed facing up.
Yeah, and you're looking straight up, and you're
comfortable. Definitely. I hear what you. Yeah, because if I lay on my side, it hurts after a while.
Yeah, it's one of those things of like
your neck starts hurting. Like
exactly.
If you're aiming your neck a different way. I hear you there. I didn't even think about that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I've been thinking about all week since I kind of wrote it. Is like, what happens to the room when I put on the headset? Because the headset doesn't recognize the room. It's not like the HTC Vive, which obviously has those kind of sensors in the room to kind of even it out. It's like, can I customize that experience? And like, those are questions that I can't know until I have it in my house and I'm playing around with it and customizing it myself to the way I want to use it. And that's why I want to have it. Like, that's part of that. Like, I want to know what it's like to have my VR experience. Like, how am I going to play VR at home?
Another interesting thing is, do you know Monk? Do you know Monk at all? Yeah. So he was in one of my streams. I think it was in a stream, or maybe we were just talking over PSN. He said to me, like, he wonders what will happen with streamers. And that's a very interesting point. Like, how are people going to come up with some really awesome ways to show this off? Yeah. Or, how's it, how are people going to stream this?
Justin actually brought that up too, of like, does the share button work when you're using PSVR?
Yeah, valid point again. Like, there's so many little things that obviously they must have thought about, but
absolutely.
Like we haven't. And like these tiny little things, you're like, oh yeah, shit. What happens if you want to do this and do that? And like, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, basically, I mean, for people who haven't seen the equipment, there's two HDMI outs, right? Because it has two screens, one for each eye, so it can render things in 3D.
The PlayStation VR?
Yeah.
I thought that was one screen.
It might be one screen, but it's two HDMI out. I know that at the very least. Sure. But yeah, it's rendering two images. So, obviously, if you had two capture cards and two HDMI splitters to rip HDCP off, you could totally do that. You could capture it, and that would be a fucking nightmare. I can't imagine. But at least you could do it.
Because like rigs, I want to play rigs so bad.
Rigs seems cool.
It's been developed like an hour away from where I live, if that, 45 minutes. Like, I really want to just somehow, I want to speak to Colin. We're like, Colin, sort it out. Get me a demo.
Yeah, Colin, sort it out. Get me there. I'll cover it. Let's do it. Yeah, I don't know. It's.
I want to play that so bad.
I wanted to play it as well. I didn't get the chance to see it, unfortunately.
Because that demo sold. Because at PSX there was an app, wasn't there, and you could book these little sessions, and rigs went in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you could book for all these other
10
ones.
minutes at most.
It was so quick.
Yeah.
Not even, and the hotel Wi-Fi was awful, so it was like didn't help anyone's situation.
I was on a train in a tunnel. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Worst place to be.
Yeah,
I was already in a hotel. There was just awful Wi-Fi.
Yeah. I don't know. You're right. There are so many little questions. Tony. Hi. Do you have any thoughts? How do you feel about the price and everything?
Like VR is kind of a weird thing. I'm not going to be one of the early adapters of it. Just because.
Adapters or adopters?
Adopters. Okay. I don't want kids.
Okay. Fair enough. VR children.
Yeah. I'll see what people whose opinions I respect. I'll see what they think of it, and then base my opinion off of that.
Will my opinion matter, Tony?
No.
Damn it.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead.
But like on that point though, it's more of like not to sound so negative about it, but it does seem like the gaming media is more in favor of this. But that's and it's kind of a weird thing to say that too, because they're very accessible to it. Everybody has tried it more or less, and it's pretty much like an easy setup for like everyone. Not a setup. I'm sorry. It's more of like they get the best experience they could possibly have with it, because they're all going to these events and they're all in the perfect room. They have people with them to show them how they're doing it. Obviously, they have HTC at their offices now. I know IGN has it. I know Giant Bomb has it.
Yeah.
But like like that, I feel like they've been having the optimal experience. But for when it comes to your house, when you have to set it up, how you're going to lay it, like how your room's going to be with it, and just like how you're supposed to function your life around this thing when you have this thing on your head. Like that's just like a thing that's like that's just not really just gelling with me right now.
Yeah, and there's a layer of challenge to that because like the people that answer those questions in opposition are people like PewDiePie and YouTubers and like the people that are just like you and me, like that have maybe like a game room or a place where they play games, or just they play games in their room and they record it, and they're gonna have trouble covering stuff like this too. Like we're finally gonna hit like maybe where it's topping off of like YouTubers being able to cover games as well as companies, because like they don't have studios, they don't have necessarily the equipment and multiple capture cards in order to rip VR video. So it's going to be even harder for us to go to that other source, that other very, very valuable source to kind of get that information. So I understand that makes a lot of sense too. It's tough. Like
it is.
It's going to be interesting.
There's a lot of questions, and as much as I'm still excited,
what I'm thinking they're going to end up doing is they're going to have to duct tape or strap on the capture card.
Fuck yeah.
To themselves.
Yeah.
And then wire it to the headset that way. And
GoPros.
Then what they're going to end up doing otherwise is they have a camera in the actual room.
Yeah.
Also hooked up.
Yeah. There have been some great videos from Kotaku and IGN this past week from GDC of just like capturing people in VR headsets, just kind of fucking around.
I think that's the best way to sell it is to have people using it for the first time. Like, just show a clip, because it blows your mind. Like, even just using those little crappy things where you put your phone and you hold it to your face, the Google Cardboard things. Even that is like an experience that changes your view on it, I think. Even if you can have a go just on one of those.
Yeah.
And yeah, I actually talked to Alex about that because I'm already planning on buying it. I'm not like fully convinced. I already know there's probably gonna be better versions eventually. But just my mindset has been set since I played the first Dot Hack.
Oh yeah, totally.
With virtual reality and all that.
The potential is so exciting.
Yeah. So sure. I want to at least get one that's affordable that I can actually use. If I get Oculus, I'm using a laptop. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
No. What's the other one?
HTC Vive.
Yeah, the Vive. Oh, I don't have a room for that.
Yeah. Even like I have a room for that, but like the barrier to entry is even higher. Like the price for that is absurd.
Yeah. So
PSVR is the most appealing one for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, price wise and friendly wise. If you have a PS4, you're pretty much set already.
You know it's going to work. That's the thing. Oculus, you'd be like, oh, I've got a PC that works. I'll see if it'll work with this, and then it doesn't, and you got to fucking do some shit with it.
The bottom line is like $849 for the PS4, and the full PSVR bundle is still the lowest price entry point for VR.
Yep.
And that's a lot. That
is and a lot. You're getting a normal console as well.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting a normal console that has other functionality. Good. So I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good deal, not a good deal on that part. It's still a lot, but we're talking about $1,800 to $2,000 for Oculus and HTC.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still the best price point for VR. And I think, and part of it's because like there's so many fucking PS4s out there. It's absurd how many there are out there already. It's a good price for it. Like, I think it's a solid price, and they're saying like, hey, games can't run under 60 frames per second on this. We won't let it pass through cert, and like that's partly because of that. The VR experience needs that kind of there needs to be a smoothness there that is just unacceptable if it doesn't hit that. But speaking of like VR, Oculus officially unveiled their launch lineup. And then Oculus is launching March 38th. I totally forgot.
I didn't even know it was.
Yeah, it's so close.
The thing is, it doesn't. I'm not getting it, so I'm just completely off-grid with it. Like I just haven't really thought about it.
Yeah, it definitely like they had the Giant Bomb had the 8.4 play guys on this week for GDC, and they talked about how it doesn't feel like a console launch. I definitely agree with that. I feel like PSVR is going to feel like a new console launching or like a hardware launch at the very least. This doesn't, because it's smaller. They're going to be releasing in waves over the course of months to people that have already pre-ordered it. But they have like 30 games coming on day one, like Adrift, and like Eve Valkyrie and that bundle-in game.
Eve Valkyrie looks good.
Eve Valkyrie looks really cool.
Is it Eve Valkyrie that's... No, I'm thinking of Elite Dangerous.
Yes.
That's coming to PS4, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Elite Dangerous is, I think, also... Yes, it is a launch game for Oculus.
Okay, cool.
So, Pinball FX2 VR, which is cool. Lucky's Tale, I think that's the other pack-in game with Eve Valkyrie. But yeah, 30 games. It seems like a solid list. I just shouted out a few of them. Not necessarily a lot of them I think are going to be super big, but they're video game-ass video games like Adrift and Elite Dangerous, stuff like that. So not all of them are just kind of explorations or tech demos, which is cool. It's good to see that. There will be an Oculus store, and they kind of put out an image of like basically when you put it on, you'll be in like a room and you can look around and it'll be UI projected out that is the store, which is really cool. Like that's super cool. I like
a bit like how like the menu was. So did you play Fable? One of the Fables where the menu was a room you went into.
Was it Fable 3?
I think it was Fable 3.
Yeah.
And like so you press start menu and you went into a room. It's similar to that, isn't it? But obviously in VR. Like, yeah, it's a cool idea.
That's really cool. That. Like I love the idea of the VR PlayStation store being like you going into like a brick and mortar store, like feeling physically like you're walking into it, and looking at game boxes and stuff.
Will it have the same smell?
God, I hope so. Just
that BO smell.
Piss and BO, exactly.
I had to go to we've got like a trade-in store called CEX. I don't know if that exists in America. I don't think
it does not.
No, as far as it's like a trade-in store. Oh my goodness, it smells. I went in excited to trade in my old phone basically, and oh my goodness, it's just horrific. It's like, why the fuck why are you living to the stereotype? What are you doing with your lives?
Don't you guys have like Game? Isn't that the UK thing?
We do have Game, yeah. We don't have GameStop at all.
Yeah, that's the same company.
So yeah, we've got Game, and we used to have Game. Fuck, what are they called? They folded and got bought by Game.
Babbage's? No one has Babbage's.
The fuck?
I don't know. I don't.
Game Station.
End Station.
We used to have Game and Game Station. Game Station closed and got bought by Game. But I mean, Game's okay. I pop in there every now and again. But I mean, it's just too expensive.
No. Yeah.
The supermarkets are cheaper.
Okay. Fair enough. But supermarkets sell video games?
Yeah, the Division. So the Division was £40 in the local supermarket.
Wow.
But it was 55 in Game.
Yeah.
And that's always
that doesn't happen here.
Yeah, that doesn't happen here.
Yeah. Completely does here. So basically, if you buy from Game, you're just buying like either a pre-owned game or something that came out like 6 months ago and is on sale. That's the only time I ever buy stuff from there. I bought my Division T-shirt from there. That was pretty cheap.
Yeah.
That was £15 for my Division T-shirt. Did you see it?
I did. I liked it.
It was nice. Fucking love that T-shirt.
Yeah. The last news story we've got, kind of exploring a topic that we haven't really talked about on the show. Honestly, I've been kind of avoiding it because it is a hefty topic to dive into. So I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on it because it is kind of something we could probably talk about for an entire podcast, honestly. But basically Microsoft did an event recently where they said, hey, we might be releasing iterative versions of the Xbox One. Multiple versions of that hardware. Like an Xbox 1.1, kind of like iPhone 5 versus iPhone 6. That idea being extended out. That happened a few weeks ago. It wasn't necessarily something they wanted to get out there, but someone leaked this whole press conference that Phil Spencer talked over. So that's out there. Interesting idea. Basically making video game consoles a little bit more like iPads or iPhones. In that new one releases every year, slightly better. The old one can still play all the games that come out for the next few years, but at some point there will be a part, you're going to have to get the new hardware. So Mr. Patrick Klepek, Scoops McGee himself, McGee is probably not the proper end to that. Scoops Klepek. He reported this week, kind of towards the end of this week, after GDC was kind of over, that Sony is possibly working on a PS 4.5 themselves, an iterative new version of the PlayStation 4 hardware. And, I'll just read some choice quotes from here. Basically, the new PS 4.5, for lack of any better name, would include a GPU that could support higher-end 4K resolutions and add more processing power that can enhance games supported by PlayStation VR. And again, this is just a rumor right now, but Patrick Klepek knows his fucking shit. I don't think there's a more trusted source in video games journalism, honestly. But yeah, the rumor name would be like either PS 4.5 or PS 4K.
4.5 would be foolish.
Yeah. PS 4K is also terrible, though. The higher end GPU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better. If you had to rank them, which one's less worse?
Yeah. Fair enough. The higher end GPU, which would be kind of the major upgrade of this, would match more easily up against something like Oculus Rift or HTC Vive VR headsets. Something designed with more powerful PCs in mind. Sony declined to comment, still referring to this as rumors and speculation. But, I just want to put this out there. Obviously, I'm sure all of us have a lot of thoughts and feelings about the idea of consoles being more like multiple release. And speaking to you now, Shane, like kind of like what you were talking about earlier, as far as like this is something that only kind of Games Press would be able to cover accurately. Like I think I speak for all of us when I say that covering video games as like kind of an independent source has been relatively easily thanks to consoles, right? We don't really talk too much about PC games, but like it'd be like almost impossible for us or your everyday average Joe YouTuber to cover video game consoles like if they had to spend $400 or $500 every year for whatever hardware came out that year. Like that's a huge shift for the video game industry. And it's weird because like I'm not necessarily against it. I understand on a technical level where it makes a lot of sense, especially with something like iPhone doing so well, right? You want to iterate, you want to make better games, and you want, let's say, the idea of the PlayStation 4 as a brand to live longer than 4 to 6 years. I get it. But I just like right now, and it could be like my old-timey sensibilities, I just can't see this like taking off. I don't know if any of us can either.
I think I can very much so see everybody switching to pretty much Nintendo release schedule on their consoles, though.
Yeah, because fucking Nintendo's not going to do anything.
Because keep in mind, the other systems pretty much keep in line with an 8-year span, something like that.
Yeah, I mean Nintendo always releases.
And then Nintendo's a 4 to 5.
Yeah. Like the Wii to the Wii U was 6 years, and that's the longest they've ever waited, which is crazy. Like 1 additional year is the longest they've ever waited. But no, you're right, Scott. That's actually a really good point of like Nintendo's...
Right. I don't think what they're going to do is go the iPhone route, but they're not going to be keeping the 10-year route because they went ahead and they tried it, and it did all right.
Yeah, and then they put out new hardware.
And then they started having problems, and then they reiterated consoles for different editions, and they just didn't. They never really added any power to it.
Yeah,
for whatever reason.
It makes sense because like at this point, consoles are so far behind PCs already. So like the need for better hardware makes sense, but it's a scary,
right, and especially like
prospect.
This is coming out from a very technical aspect of this, but do you know about wide bandwidthing?
No.
In the graphics cards.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, sometime this year, I forget the date, I forget the season, and they're coming out with essentially a broadband data system, like kind of like the USB hub in the central computer has.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of And essentially what they're going to be able to do with this is instead of having to load the entire environment and then having you turn your camera around, they only have to load what your screen is displaying.
Yeah.
And this new architecture is fast enough to only keep what your screen is displaying
like
as you turn. Render.
Yeah. That's actually how id Tech 5 worked. Which is the game Rage. That's how that game ran at 60 frames per second on PS3 and 360 and looked as sharp as it did. It did like some rendering where like it only rendered what was in your field of view and slightly in the peripheral.
There was that in mega texturing.
Yeah, and mega textures obviously. But yeah, that's interesting. Like, so is that like getting like a more wide push?
That's basically that is the new tech in graphics cards.
Okay.
So
that they can run more efficiently?
More efficiently, 5 to 10 times more powerful.
Yeah.
Making them effectively 5 to 10 times more powerful than
the PS4 and Xbox One.
Right. Because what we've seen recently is we've seen a very, very linear increase in the power. As the from each iteration of graphics card in respect to time.
Yeah.
And this is the first time we're getting a spike in a long time.
Yeah. And that just puts the PS4 and Xbox One further behind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's scary. I mean, Tom, do you want to spend $400 every year to get a new console?
Not really.
Yeah.
I can't afford that. But then you might as well go on PC.
Yeah, exactly.
The only reason I don't go PC is because I know that the console will work. I know I can play with everyone. I know that everyone's on the same platform.
Yeah, no, the consoles will not survive on a...
Consoles will die because you might as well then just have a PC, especially with Steam the way it is, where they're progressing into have you used what's it called?
Steam OS.
The one where Steam. So
Steam
when you can
Link?
you can open it up and it feels like a console.
Oh yeah, big picture mode.
Big picture mode. Like you use that, it feels like you're on a console. I've used it before when I used to use PC. Yeah, I use big picture mode, and like you got a controller, you go in big picture mode, you're done. Like you're basically on a console. So I would just move to PC. I'd just give up on it.
Right, because effectively what you can do now, like even with the spike, is essentially you can replace a part in your computer and over, I want to say, around 3 years, keep up to date on all the computer technology for around $200 a year. Now, of course, if your RAM stick dies, of course, that's going to be about only $80 for that year.
Yeah, it'll set you back a little bit, but not too much.
Well, no. I'm saying like this is a part of it. This is part of that cost that I'm talking about. Let's say if your RAM stick dies, and like the cost to get the newest best one is $80, and that's going to be like your cheap replacement for the year.
Yeah.
And then over the next couple of years, like over maybe 2 years, you'll replace a graphics card.
Yeah.
And then you'll do other small replacements for another couple of years.
Yeah.
Right, and like on average, at least this is a quote from my brother, it comes out to about $200 a year to be up to date.
And that's cheaper than
that is including what he found for the new graphics card.
Yeah.
Like the new spike. So
yeah. No, you're right. Like
consoles would be completely shut out.
And like they would
if
be
they
more
tried
like,
to do this.
They'd be more like PCs anyway in that regard. So it's interesting. It's like that's why I say we could probably talk about this all day. Like for a whole show. Go ahead, Nabishin.
To play devil's advocate a little bit though, like I don't understand why you would assume that would be $400 every year.
You're right.
Like if anything, in a bigger wider spectrum of things, like say like both Microsoft and Sony got a deal with GameStop or something like that, where you trade in your console. This will keep GameStop around, by the way. That's why I say it's probably like a good deal like that,
likely,
or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. So you trade in your console, and like for maybe like $50, maybe even $100, like a year, you just trade in your console, you get the better console, and that'll just be the thing.
Yeah, and like
it'll be essentially the same thing.
The response to that is like
they wouldn't necessarily be able to do that, because when they do this, they're not. They might be able to, but when they do this, it's not like they're just adding in another part. They have to
newer console.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, like, we don't know what the value of the previous console would be. Like, for example, the Apple Store has a thing where you can trade in, like, if you have an iPhone 6, you could trade it in for $300 and get towards, and you could do that towards an iPhone 6s, which would be like, there's a $350 difference there if you get like a 16 gigabyte model phone, and it just goes up by $100 from there if you want to get more. And like that's just like that's the easiest comparison is like iPhone or iPad or something like that, because that's something that iterates pretty much on a yearly basis consistently. You're right. It's hard to know if they would be able to do a deal like that. Going through GameStop makes sense. You know, the question then is like, well, what about your save data? And obviously the answer is, well, you get like a cloud save data version of that, and you just don't have to worry about it. You just re-download your games on it. And it's like, what if like you took the time, like you did an option to upgrade your hard drive to like a 2 terabyte hard drive? Like, is that just out the window now? Like, you know, are you gonna have to buy another 2 terabyte hard drive and upgrade that? Is it gonna come with a 500 gigabyte hard drive from there? There's a lot of unknowns in that regard. I think your idea of like partnering with GameStop makes a lot of sense, though. We'll see. It's so hard to say, because like this would be like the biggest shift in the video game industry, I think, ever. For sure. Like since consoles came back in 1985. So it's hard to say at this point, but I'll say like let's just let the topic rest now, because I think we've had a good discussion about it. I think we've all kind of brought up points. Unless Tony, you have anything to add, because you haven't said anything. Neither of you, Justin. I don't know if you guys have anything to add. I'll take it as a no.
Nope.
There's a lot to think about, a lot to talk about, and I think we'll be talking about it over the next few weeks and months and maybe even years. So that's why I think we don't have to talk about it all in one go.
For sure. One last thing before we just close this out, though, since like this is like the thing to be talking about. Let's assume some things. Okay, let's assume that we're going to get the PS4 1.5 or an Xbox 1.5. Let's say that's a choice you could get this year. Let's say the VR is your choice this year for whatever ones you want, and let's say the NX comes out this year. It's assumed it is, but we don't ever actually know. What are you getting into this year if you can only get one? Because that's like probably $400 for whatever one it is.
If I had to choose one, it would probably be PlayStation VR.
Over the
NX. And like I saw this tweet. I fucking need to find it earlier this year in my timeline. Somebody, I don't know if they retweeted it or whatever, but it was like, I would absolutely pay the price point of a console entry point to experience games in a way I've not experienced them before. To basically re-experience, like reignite the feeling of playing a game for the first time ever in a new way again. So VR for me, you know, I've said before, I'm like a VR believer. Like that's like the new thing. Like that's the future in a lot of ways. And I would absolutely default to that, because I think that's where the most potential lies.
Okay.
So
I hear that. I agree with you.
Justin?
I mean, at the same time, I know. Okay, we're round robining Justin.
Yeah.
No, that's fine, Scott. Go ahead.
Well, at the same time, you kind of saw how the Wii went, didn't you?
Yeah, totally. It could totally crash and burn.
Right, and it's the thing about it is 100% no different. They're in the same aspect. They're in the same line. Especially because your VR is motion control is integral and very important in terms when it comes to VR.
You're right, and like I totally agree with you, Scott. I'm not disagreeing with you, but subjectively, just me personally, I believe in VR way more than I believe in what the Wii was.
Well, I also think that like this is the best it can be at the moment. It's the cheapest it can be with the keeping that quality.
Yes.
Like this is the best chance it's got currently, and for the next couple of years at least. Because as we can see with the other platforms, it's just way too expensive. Like this is the best way to try and get it out to the majority. I know my friends won't buy it. They've only just got PS4s. Like speaking for my semi-gamer friends that used to play games as kids but aren't as into it as I am. Like I know they won't buy it. They might buy it in 2-3 years. But like, hopefully this can appeal to the larger, proper gaming audience.
Yeah, and like the
it's the best chance.
The idea is, Tom, that you buy it and then you show it to them, and then they
go, shit. Actually, this is worth me, forking out on it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
because that's the thing. VR. I don't think you're never going to be sold on it without trying it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. But no, yeah, I'm on the same camp. I would get the VR over the NX and all that, mostly because. Not because the Wii and the Wii U have been just completely different systems, not using a controller kind of thing, but I've been getting the Wii and the Wii U because of Nintendo exclusives.
Yeah.
I'm at the point now where console exclusives, I don't think they matter to me anymore. I don't care.
You don't care about the Uncharted's or the Halos?
I don't care if there's a new Mario game. Of course there's going to be a new Mario game. I might not be able to play it, but guess what? It's another Mario game. Halo. It's another Halo game. I'm not just saying just those two, but everything else. Unless there's a game that is worth, let's say, $400.
Yeah.
I don't see me wanting to buy an NX right away. Yeah. I'm trying to do that now. I bought an Xbox One. I played it the first day, a couple days afterwards, and that was it. I have not touched it since. Yeah. And it's not because I don't like it. I love Sunset Overdrive from the little bit I played of it. But VR, like you said, I believe in it.
Yeah.
Again, ever since I first played .hack, which was not VR at all. The concept was you're playing it in VR, and the person that you're playing as is playing it via VR headset and watching those animes and all that stuff for it. So I believe in that wholeheartedly. And being able to actually try it for the first time it comes out, I will probably play that as soon as I pick it up. I'm gonna just sit there, play every single thing as much as possible. I will be that guy that sits there and screw reality. I don't care right now. I just want to play that for that first day for sure. NX, I'll probably play it the first day, but again, it's another console, and we don't know much about it anyways.
Yeah, and NX is absolutely my second choice. It's worth noting.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not disparaging it. Like I'm very excited about it, but like the new way to play over like the thing that might just be a better way to play games that I know I'll like, is more exciting personally. Tony, Scott.
Okay.
All right, nothing. Got it.
Cool. Well, for the same reasons that you said, I'd take the NX.
Just games that you know will be good.
Well, no, you say it's the new way to play, sure, but as you already said, it's also the best it's going to get for what we have right now. And no matter who I've talked to about it, and no matter who I've, whatever I've watched, the general consumer opinion versus what you actually get, there's a massive, massive gap between those two. And until that gap greatly shortens, I'll try it. I'll try it when you get it, if you get it, and I can promise you that my opinion of whether I get it or not is not going to change.
That's fair. I think like Tony brought it up earlier, like being an early adopter to VR is probably the dumbest thing. Totally understand that.
Right, because where it is right now,
it can only get better.
They can only get better. However, buying into it's not going to help it all that much.
No, you're right.
Where it is right now, buying into it right now will not help that much. Will it help? Yes.
Yeah.
That much? Not really.
Yeah. You're right.
I want to play Rings about.
Fully true, because like if you don't buy into it, then if some people don't buy into it, it's never gonna go anywhere. So.
Yeah, it's one of those like vote with your wallet type things. Yeah, catch-22. Thank you, Noption. Of like well, if enough people say like they're not going to buy into it, then it won't sell enough, and they'll just let it die like the Move.
Not quite, because for one, you're still getting the Move here with the VR headset. You're still getting that eye, and quite frankly, how hard of a flops were they?
The Move is back. Eye of Judgment on PlayStation VR.
The thing about it is what VR is now is not what people want VR to be.
Yeah.
And what people want VR to be, for the foreseeable future, there will always be a demand for that. So there will always be a reason to put a bit of R&D into it.
Yeah.
Where the things are priced now, they're not making enough money off of these devices to funnel it back into it.
Yeah. Apparently Sony, it is worth mentioning, apparently Sony is making a profit on every PSVR sold, which is crazy.
That's crazy. I assumed they were making a loss as well, like to just for the investment of the future and everything like that.
Because I know Oculus is selling it at cost. HTC, I think, is selling
at most.
It at a loss,
what this will help is which is actually going to be a big part of it, but it's not going to shorten anything. What it's going to help is it'll help developers understand what to and what not to with VR.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At most.
Yeah, no, I good sage words from Scott Guthier in episode 270 of IP. I agree. Tony, do you want to round us out? Well, Tony and Nobishin, even though I think we know where Nobishin's at. Tony, are you dead? Did you die, Tony? Tony's dead.
I think Tony died.
Nobishin?
Yeah, for me personally, it would be the NX. And like, it's not me being someone who's like, I'm not trying to be like, I know I'm sounding like super negative on VR. And like, but it's like, it's kind of like a what do you expect type of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I'm not, like I said, I'm giving it. I'm not being so against it for any like some grandiose reason or something like that. I'm just saying what's in my mind and what I'm thinking logically that goes through my head, and like I'm not like making people who are excited for it to be like trying to bring them down or anything like that. It's just like it's just something that like sure it looks good and like and I'm sure the experiences are great, but like I just feel like is this something you need to wait for personally. And like it feels like something like I don't think like there's gonna be a VR game that'll be like quote unquote game of the year till like maybe like 3 years from now, and if it is, it'll be something like an equivalent to a Gone Home, which I would be excited to play for, but like it like I don't.
There's no experience that sells it, right?
Yeah, there's nothing that really like.
That's what I said in my editorial too. Like I get where you're coming from. I don't think you're wrong to be cynical of it. Like that's like the biggest caveat to everything that I've said is like you have every right to doubt the validity of getting a VR at launch. But like why the better question I think right now is why the NX over PS4.1 over Xbox 1.1.
Because that'll be like kind of what Justin said earlier, but like it'll be like it's for those exclusives, it's for those Nintendo experiences that are different from other games. And like even I said, like I'm the person who says like the NX is just gonna be another Nintendo system that's like is not gonna get third parties. They're still not gonna get online. They're still not gonna get anything downloadable right. Nothing that's gonna be right.
But here's the thing though. Nintendo. So as far as we know, Nintendo, like from this time forward, from the GameCube forward, is always going to have a Nintendo gimmick to go with the system. It's not going to so much change the way that you play the game, although with the Wii it did, but so much as slightly improve the experience.
Yeah, hopefully for the better. right? Like hopefully it'll be worthwhile.
Sure, but like I'm saying, like the thing about what those exclusives do on the Nintendo system compared to other systems, for me personally, like they feel fresh and they feel different from what I get from a PS4 or an Xbox One. They're Splatoon, Mario Maker, Pikmin 3, Hyrule Warriors, like they're different games that you get on that system because they work for their exclusives. They polish them to a certain point and they put them out without the usual bullshit that we get from these other systems. And that's me not. I'm saying it's mean, but I'm not trying to be mean when I say it. I'm just trying to put out words in my mouth.
It's valid though.
There's a certain purity about what they do when they put those games out. And is NX going to be successful? Probably not. But like I want to support something that's different from what I'm getting, and since that's the only place I can get it at, literally the only place I can get it at, I want to get on that system. So
yeah, and what I'm about to say, I am totally not arguing with you, Navashin, but VR is completely new.
Yeah,
like that experience completely new to everybody.
Yeah,
whatever NX is gonna do. What's gonna be more different than VR?
God, I love
like if
this year is like the best year. I'm so excited.
If it is something completely different than any other console, then oh my god, cool, great. But right now we still don't know anything. We just know, cool, we're gonna play something differently. Hopefully, like the Wii did to gaming.
Yeah.
But right now we don't know, and VR is again completely new,
unknown quantity. Yeah, no, I
and again, Justin, not complaining with anything you're saying.
For you, Justin. For you, Justin, what's selling you on VR? Is it just the dream, or is it what you actually know?
Keep the dream alive.
It's what I want, and
so it's the dream.
It's dream, but there's this. Just seeing the stuff now, like just seeing some of the. None of the games are like completely grabbing me, but again, that's because I haven't played them.
I you think Job Simulator will be something
else? So Justin, what if I told you
that
the closest thing?
I'm not trying to be this way.
No, just strap in. We're going down.
Like I said, I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm just
but Justin, this is kind of an aside. But Justin, what if I told you that right now the closest thing that you can get to your dream is Minecraft on the VR?
That would be actually.
I would say you're wrong because I hate Minecraft.
I would totally play Minecraft in VR.
Well, you see, I'm not wrong because that is the closest thing.
Anything's
to your
possible
dream.
in Minecraft, Justin.
Except for
that right now,
that's
actual
RPG and fun.
Yeah.
But no,
like,
that's
right
what
now
I want.
that's right now, but right now that is as close as it gets.
No, but like Scott, I'd play the shit out of Minecraft on VR, and I would fucking hate it probably because it's probably not like I probably still wouldn't like Minecraft, but like being able to lose myself to that world.
Yeah, but hold on. Do you have a fear of heights?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, or do you have a fear of falling?
Yeah.
I hope you don't fall in Minecraft.
Yeah, dog. I'm gonna see. That's the thing with VR. Like, there's gonna be that one game. It's gonna be like The Last of Us, right? Where you climb out in the early parts where you're in Boston. You climb out onto the railing outside, and you walk across the railing, and then climb back in the building. It's gonna be that, and I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna die. Yep, like in real life, I'll have a heart attack and die. Tony, are you back?
Is there any game? I'm sorry. Is there any game that looks good to play more than an hour of?
No.
Riggs.
No,
yeah, sure. Riggs I could probably get into.
Riggs. I was talking about Riggs.
But like not really. Like Adrift is like the one thing which I don't even know is going to launch with PSVR. But like no, not really, Nabashin. And like again, like I'm not saying you're wrong about this.
I'm not saying you're wrong either.
Yeah,
I feel bad.
That's like we're at the point where like it is the both halves of this argument are so unknown that we're not even arguing. We're just having a conversation.
We need to move on.
But it sounds like we're arguing.
Yeah, I'm
sorry, Tom.
Really not.
That's good.
We're killing you, Tom. But no, we're both excited about different things, and like that's why this year is really exciting. Assuming NX ends up coming out this year, and that any of these rumors about new hardware for PS4 and Xbox One are true. It's exciting.
Yeah, they're both exciting. And
Thunderdome.
Again, like I said, I'm a gamer. Of course, I'm gonna get the NX eventually.
Absolutely.
Of course, but just the fact that VR is a thing now that exists sounds just so great. And
there's a lot to be excited about.
No matter what stupid game comes out, I don't care if it's Wii Sports VR or something like that.
But this is what burned you on the fucking Wii. This is what burned you on the Move. This is what burned you on
PlayStation.
Exactly.
They've got us again.
Exactly. But this is for the long game. The Wii, for some reason...
Why wait for a year for a game to come out? Why buy a PS3 on the fucking launch day just to wait for Uncharted and a fucking Uncharted?
Why did I buy a PS4 and an Xbox One? Or why did I buy a Wii U? I could have waited 2 years to buy a Wii U.
Exactly. We bought a PS4 for Watch Dogs. There was a reason.
I believed in Watch Dogs.
You did.
I did.
Can we move on, please? I'm gonna get up.
Yes.
But last thing, for me, as I've always said, it's always to be part of that conversation. Tony, are you still here? Tony's gone. Tony died.
He just snuck off. He's gone to bed. He was just
put on a VR headset and he died.
He put on a VR headset, started playing his NX, and just started playing them both at the same time.
No, what I think he did is I think he tried duct taping his monitor to his face, and now he just can't fit on his headphones. So he doesn't know if we're talking to him or not.
He's dead. Tony's dead. I hope Tony's not dead.
Hi guys.
Hey Tony. Tony, you dead?
I had to go take care of something that was rather important, and I guess I came back at a pretty good time.
Good. All right. Well, you missed that whole conversation, so you wouldn't even know what we're talking about.
What did you guys talk about?
Never mind.
We're not going into it.
Noption doesn't believe in VR, but we do. And you're back. So let's take a look into the mail sack. How's that sound?
Okay.
Believe it.
We got an email from our good friend Harold Price.
I don't totally not believe in VR, by the way.
That's fine. That's fair. Valid. But we have to move on.
Yeah,
it's 3 in the morning. We need to move on.
Tom's dead.
I've got to be up at 8.
He has to go to work tomorrow.
Harold says...
No, I haven't got to go to football. Okay.
All right, cool. As long as it's just football.
Yeah.
I mean, soccer. What do you say?
Soccer.
Harold says, "Hey, iPeeps. As you may have noticed, but probably haven't. I noticed. I haven't been podcasting for a while. I'm trying to figure out how to get back into the swing of things. My question, why do you guys keep podcasting almost every week? What keeps bringing you back? Thank you, H, sent from my iPhone.
VR and Nintendo NX.
This is an interesting question. And here's the thing. If you told me episode 22, come then, that I would still be doing this podcast 6 years or 5 years later, 5.5 years later, or whatever, into the 6th year almost. In the 6th year, but into the 7th year almost. I would have not believed you at all. I have no idea why we're still going. Which isn't that's.
Oh, you see. Here's the difference. It's, hey Alex, you still having fun?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey Noption, you still having fun?
I want to kill y'all, but yes.
Hey Tony, you still having fun?
As long as Noption is here, I'm having a great time.
All right, you see, you have enough people who are having a good time enough with it, so it'll just people will keep showing up, so it'll keep going on.
And it's here's the thing, we don't necessarily get a crazy amount of listeners or viewers. We get a good amount. We have people that are happy, that talk to the show, that write in the show, or that interact with us enough that I'm happy. I think all of us are happy with.
I don't even think it's really even. Oh, it is that, but it's just more of just being around each other, just having someone to talk to. Having genuine conversations like what we just did a few minutes ago, I didn't come at you in a super negative way. I try to respect your opinion, you try to respect mine, and it's just listening to other people, getting the grasp of where you're coming from, where I'm coming from, and just getting to somewhat of a general consensus of what you love about video games and what it brings out of you.
Yeah, totally. I'm really glad I was a part of that conversation.
When we started this, and Scott and Evan and I, it was just us, and we weren't really sure where it was going to go. I was always super hard about consistency. Consistency was always the thing. Doing it every week, not missing a week, always committing to it. Like the first week we ever took off was in December, like for Christmas. And we just kept going, and like I've always been a hard ass about recording. Like, all right, we're recording tonight, 7:00, and like I would never ask like, hey, what time works for you guys until like more recent years. And like I would always be like, okay, how about we do this time? If this doesn't work for you, like I want to get as many people on. I want to have as many conversations. Like I want to keep this going as much as I can. And I like I've been a super hard ass in the past about it, and I totally understand that. And I think that's definitely a part of it. Of like we're gonna do this. I don't care if Nabishin's super bummed out tonight, or if Scott just doesn't want to fucking deal with us tonight, or if Justin doesn't want to come on the show.
Hold on now. How does that happen?
I'm just kidding, but like just to throw out a throwaway example, like I think we get together, and it's just like the other like 2 weeks ago, Nabishin, like when you and I just started talking, and like you and I were just in better moods afterwards because like we're friends. At the end of the night, we're just friends having a conversation, and then we felt good about it. Well, friends,
Yeah, I think I've obviously a weird one because like my show is by myself.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a week. I've only been doing it 5 weeks, so I haven't been doing that. But I think even just for that short time, just remember how happy you feel once you get that content live and people start watching it and commenting on it and stuff. Mm-hmm. Remember that point, and then before you're filming, you're like, "Fuck, can I be asked?" Just remember that, and it always brings me to it. And I'm like, "Yeah, of course I can." Like I would love doing it, really, but. You have your internal battle with yourself, trying to get yourself to do it every now and again.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit of a drag working up the, actually do some of this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But when you actually enjoy it, once you start, it's easy.
Yeah, like we're like the four of us are all just friends.
Word.
And then past that, like
me,
the six of us.
Nabishin, and Scott's forehead.
Scott's forehead. And like the six of us, like I got to meet Tom. Partly because like I was a podcaster and like I was like I should go to this event to meet other people and like then I met Tom and like now Tom and I are friends and like same thing happened with Justin.
Let's Tom's here for me, Alex.
Friends.
I love you really.
And it was like Justin and I, like we were both part of the VG Evo community, right? Of like a bunch of different podcasters, a bunch of different people. Like we just met each other like on a whim.
Yeah, just like it's weird. It just happened naturally. Like,
over Twitter, like it was you were the only other person that was gonna play Tales of Grace's F ever, and then like we became JRPG buddies, and then we became real life friends, and now you're in my house, and I'm gonna kill you tonight.
No surprise.
No surprise. So like
he's done it before.
It's. I think the first and foremost, the thing is about having fun, and then, like Tom said, it's about putting something out there, and then the third part is about getting something back from when you put it out there.
Yeah, for sure.
It's tough though. It's really tough.
It's tough.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. We also did get a voicemail from Silver PR.
I would be like more surprised if we didn't.
We didn't get a voicemail from Joseph Fate.
What a guy!
Damn it!
He broke the chain.
Chain.
Yeah, dude. Let me tell you about breaking the chain. Stress. I sent him a thing saying like, "Hey, can't wait to hear what you have to say." He didn't have anything to say.
And he said, "What?"
And he said, "What?" Actually, when I sent him the number, he said it's like lead, and then I said because I'm sad. Let's listen to this voicemail.
What up, guys? So PR here. Woo. I hope everybody's doing all good and well. My shout outs to Mr. Hawkins and the king himself, Justin Graffius. How's everybody doing? Me had a rough week. Baby PR on Wednesday, wee hours of the morning. Wake up with a nasty fever, 39 degrees to be exact. And just to give context, past 40, you can have a stroke. So really bad health scare there, but I was taken to the hospital immediately, took care of.
Good, I'm glad.
The fever went down the same day, but then we found out that he had the flu. So right now he is in better spirits.
I hope so.
And in the weekend, and the bad stuff already happened. It's just now being in quarantine and being taken care of, that it's been done very well. So anybody who gave my regards about that, thank you very much. Thank God all that passed. So I digress. Let's talk a little bit about video games. Not too much because of the whole health scare. So the usual ones that I'm not going to speak about. But I did try a second chance on Bro Team. I found out that there was a camera shake option that you can take out, and it was one of the things that was so detrimental for me. So I took that down, and I had more enjoyment of the game for some reason. And I think I will stick around for that one until I finish it. So, yeah, that's pretty much about video games. Let's go to tangent. PlayStation VR for $100. Great proposition if you already had a PlayStation 4. Way more cheaper compared to the other two propositions, the Vive and the Oculus Rift. But, you know, although PlayStation VR looks like the inferior one when it comes to specs, it doesn't matter because it's all about the VR experience. It's not about who can showcase stuff at 4K or 180p. It's just who can give you the best option for VR. And, you know, the three propositions are nice, and whatever tickles your fancy, you will go for it. So, you know, it's just the thing about trying to introduce VR to the masses. And PlayStation, with already almost, 30 million consoles out there, or 25?
More than that, I think.
Yeah. You know, it's already has a consumer base, and they're just going to try to bring more stuff for those people. So, good on them. And, yeah, that's pretty much the only thing I want to talk about. Final round is coming down this weekend. That will be the first premiere event, the Capcom Pro Tour. I have to thank Alex for the opportunity to make the whole article about the introduction to how the Capcom Pro Tour works this year and whatnot. Hopefully, you guys are going to see reports from month to month from me because I'm going to be dedicating myself this year to that. You know, with Street Fighter V and everything coming out. I'm so stoked for this year's tour because it starts from zero. And maybe the same guys that were already Ultra Street Fighter 4 will be good at this, but maybe new faces are going to come in and, you know, pound these people that were the better ones. So, you know, it opens up for new talent out there to be famous throughout the FGC. So, yeah. That's pretty much about me. Oh, and the Division. I bought it from Amazon Prime. Took advantage of the 30-day trial my girlfriend did. Cost like, $11 cheaper. That's great. And also, add that 12% tax that we have down here. So it's like, 32% off for me? So that's great. So it's on his way. So maybe by the next week, I'll be playing the Division. So anybody who has the Division, I know Alex is interested in playing with me, so let's try to hook up, people.
We've got a robot.
Be part of this.
Or am I losing?
Yeah. Before I go, I want to give you a quick question, especially since Justin is here. Let's talk a little bit about anime. Oh, boy. No, not really. Just a question. What video game that hasn't been done as an anime adaptation, that will exclude Persona, DMC, Bayonetta, Mario maybe, because that was a horrible anime back in the day.
Yeah.
Kind of deal. Mario Brothers Super Show.
Super good. So what video game that hasn't been done in anime you wish there was an anime adaptation? Yeah, guys, that's pretty much enough about me. Hopefully next week will be better since I'm, mom and dad are nursing baby PR to better health, and it's in good spirits. Thanks, everybody. Without further ado, have a fun one. Have a happy Saturday. So PR signing out.
Have a happy Saturday yourself, Silver PR. Sorry.
I hope the health scares get better.
Yeah.
Not bad. I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hope baby PR is okay. What video game that hasn't been adapted to an anime would you like to see adapted to an anime? I ain't gonna lie, Folklore would be a legit ass anime.
That would be pretty good.
That's a tough one. Gears of War. I would fucking kill to see a Gears of War anime. There was a Dead Space anime, so like whatever.
I have those.
What, Watch Dogs?
Fuck yeah, Watch Dogs. Let's do it. Like Assassin's Creed though, come on, be real. You'd watch the Assassin's Creed anime.
We don't need an Assassin's Creed one because we have a live action movie coming.
It's Altair Senpai.
Also, the tax thing. What was shocking? What's that tax on? Is that just general tax?
So 12% sales tax. It means like anything you buy, there's a 12% added on to 20. That. Yours is 20?
Yeah, suck that.
20? Holy shit! That's a fifth of the cost.
Yep.
That's insane.
And then you also pay income tax, and you pay. You get taxed through the fucking ass here. Also,
you guys should start throwing tea in the fucking bay, dude. Like, what the fuck?
I know, like, food is so cheap. Whenever I was in America, right, and you guys were like, "Oh, this food's so expensive," cheap as fuck. Everything's cheap as fuck. It's ridiculous.
We have
the cost of living in this
6%.
country is just screwed.
Yeah, I complain about 6%.
Yeah, we have a 6% sales tax in Maryland. I don't know what it is in Virginia. Nobishin, do you know?
It's around 6 or 10%. One of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got 20% value-added tax. So everything you pay.
That's insane.
20% tax. It used to be 17.5, and then they upped it to 20.
That's a huge jump. It's worth noting.
Free healthcare
though. Okay. Yeah. Sure. All right. We used to have 5%. They upped it to 6%, and the fucking people rioted. So, anyway, anime. Justin?
Kingdom Hearts. Duh.
Well, that's been adapted to a manga.
Well, that's why it should be an anime.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I started reading that a bit too, and I think it would do much, much better as an anime.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, you know the common gaps between the two.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure. And they did an okay job taking some of the gameplay elements that make the game real, gamey, and dealing with those in the manga.
Yeah.
But at the same time, a big part of the game, which is fighting, it's kind of hard to do that without colors.
Yeah.
Because especially in the kind of style that world is in. So all the fights are really short.
Yeah.
I mean really short. I mean like really short. They are 1 to 2 move fights, so it kind of looks like, because eventually Sora it kind of just looks like he's overpowers everybody.
He's just
real hard.
He's kind of like basically Neo from the Matrix, is what I'm saying.
Kinda.
He's Jesus. Kingdom Hearts, Jesus. Yeah, that's a good one. Tony, do you have one?
Shovel Knight.
Fuck yes. Holy shit, that's the best answer.
But like it wouldn't
Fuck you, Scott. Whatever the fuck you're about to say, you're wrong.
I'm correct.
Anime. Let's go.
No, fuck you, I'm correct.
Fuck yes, Shovel Knight anime. Are you tell me you wouldn't watch this shit?
One, it would have to be an OVA.
Okay, fair, valid. And go on.
One, it would have to be an OVA. And then the second biggest problem with it is half the jokes would fall flat.
Yeah, but like whatever, dude.
That's the point, though.
I would still watch it.
Oh yeah, it'd be so good.
It's so good.
It would be pretty good.
Nabishin?
But no, hold on.
Fuck you, Scott. Don't cut off Nabishin.
What about the Trial of Champions? How are they going to do that?
I don't care, dude. They're gonna make it work. They're gonna make it magic.
You see, that is you dreaming right there. Fuck you.
I'm a dreamer.
That's the point.
Come at
That's
me.
what we're doing right now.
Nabishin,
please save us.
Save us, Nabishin Senpai.
Like probably like Metal Gear or Asura's Wrath.
Asura's Wrath, I would absolutely love to see.
That would be amazing.
Metal Gear also absolutely would love to see.
Yeah, Metal Gear would be a good one.
All right, Tom, it's on you now. I know you love anime, so.
Undertale.
Well, I mean, can we cross this over into cartoon too? Because I mean,
no,
fuck you.
I think it's a very
Only
specific
anime.
style that we're talking about here.
Yeah, I'm talking about upskirts and senpais.
In that case, let's go with Bloodborne.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah.
A Bloodborne anime.
It would make no sense.
Yeah,
that'd
but
be good.
all the
There'd be no
characters
story.
are anime girls.
It would be complete. There would be zero dialogue.
Death.
Hashtag so
no dialogue, no story. Yeah, that
and
was an anime. Yeah.
The hero dies, comes back, and kills the boss in every episode. It's just every episode is that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Done.
Yeah, done. Send it home. Ship it. I still want to see a Gears of War anime. Let's do it. That's the show. It's finally over. Well, it's not completely over, but mostly over. Thank you to Silver PR and Harold for writing and calling in. We really appreciate it. You can leave us a voicemail at 404-590-1337. just like Silver PR did. Keep in mind that standard long-distance fees do apply. And you can email us just like Harold did, mailsack@irrationalpassions.com, MAILSACK @irrationalpassions.com. I will say, if you're like Tom Hawkins, you're in Europe, you're like, man, I don't want to pay long-distance fees for a call, you always email us a voicemail. Get around that.
Oh, that'd be mind-blowing.
Yeah, exactly. You can follow each of us on Twitter. I am at AlFighter27. Scott is at WhatTechuz. It's WUTTEHCHUZ. Nobishin is at NABESHIN186. That's Nobishin186. Tony's at Tony Horvath. All one word. Justin, you were at the Sigma Omega. All one word. And Tom, you were at Tom Hawkins 5.
Correct.
All one word on that one as well.
Nice.
It's like the 5 is an S.
Lead speak,
but like kind of. Follow the site on Twitter at IrrationalPod. Also, if you want to get updates on when the show goes live, when we're live on YouTube, on Twitch, etc., etc. Some other stuff, rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. It helps us out a lot. Check out the awesome VG Evo podcast network for more awesome independent podcasts like our own, as well as Malicious Underground Podcast X, which Justin is on, and I am on, and we talk about anime.
I've been on that once.
And Tony's been on once. We're streaming weekly. I brought it back this week. I was on Tom's stream for the Division. I was going to do a Division stream, but it didn't end up happening.
Took half an hour to get your audio out, but it worked eventually.
But you got there. And then we did some Jackbox Party back as well this week. Twitch.tv/IrrationalPassions. But YouTube, that's where it's at. YouTube.com/IrrationalPassions. Tony and I are playing Omega Quintet. And it's a journey. Justin and I will be playing Folklore before you know it. And, of course, please tell your friends about the show. Word of mouth's the best way to spread the love. And speaking of word of mouth, Tom, could you please spread the word on all the stuff you're doing?
So the best bet for everything, to cover all bases, is to follow me on Twitter, which is obviously at TomHawkins5. That's where everything goes. Most of my content is then on YouTube, which is youtube.com/TomHawkins5, and then that's like my tea time thing. I do Let's Plays on Sundays, which will either be my Plus Plays things, where I play through the free PlayStation games, or it'll be some random Let's Play if I've run out of games to play. And I also have my Kind of Funny stuff, all those supercuts that people seem to enjoy for some reason.
Please watch the You Know What I'm Saying. Do you know what I mean? Excuse me.
Oh my God. That was so annoying, though.
I saw your snap of when you were like cutting it together and how I could tell it was breaking you apart. But it was so funny. It's amazing.
Thank you. The thing is, did you watch the Twitch stream when Greg spoke about it?
I didn't see it live. I didn't know which one it was.
So there's a highlight where on Twitch where Greg talks about it, or it's part of the podcast, part of the show. And because I'm building the story up. When you watch it, it's like the first one is when he first says it, and Colin says, "Oh, do you want me to mention it again?" And then the second one is when he calls me out and asks me to go count it. And he started giving me shit. He was like, "Hey, fucking, where's the counter? Where's the counter?" And I was like, "Chill out, I'm making the story." And obviously, I put myself in it as a little cameo.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, no, I liked the way that you cut that together.
I've got some crazy feedback going on.
Yeah, it was
You've lagged out. I don't know what's going on.
Am I lagging? Am I still lagging? Can you hear me now?
I think it might be touches, Tom.
You sound like a weird robot.
I hear you.
Okay, do I sound like here? Let me give me 1 second. I'll switch devices. That's my camera, so that's gonna be a terrible thing.
It's better. It's still robot, but I can understand you now.
Okay. How's it now?
It's still robot, but I can understand you.
Okay, I'll try muting and unmuting. This is all just gonna get. Hopefully.
I do this just you, Tom, because everything else is fine for us, I think.
Yeah,
Tom.
Tom.
You.
Okay, you hear everyone else?
Tom, you're the one who's cutting out for us.
Oh, because Tom's fine for me. This is.
Yeah, it's fine for me too. I got no problems over here.
You know, let's just hope it sorts itself out.
We're now fixed.
Oh, we're good?
We're now fixed. Cool. Yeah, we're good. We're good now.
Cut back.
We're fixed.
I really appreciate you, like, because when I listened to the episode, you kept in the parts like where they started establishing that. So I very much appreciated that. And then the Colin cut it down. It's so good.
Yeah, because you got to build a story. That's the thing, because like he always calls me out on it, and like it's like with the phone one, I built a story with it and made it into like that. The Mario Kart one was the first one, and the second one was the first one was Mortal Kombat. Second one was Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's why I think your cut-togethers are better, because you do take the time to build that story. So
Yeah, I think because I don't know if anyone else I think a couple of people have done them before. A couple of people have tried. Like Lockmort does really good ones. He does separate videos. His videos are just random themes, and his are quite good. Someone's copied me a few times where they just try and do a supercut, but yeah, you've got to build up the story a bit more, I think.
Yeah, you're pro, man.
But yeah, anyway, so that's on my YouTube channel, and then I occasionally stream on Twitch whenever I can. But I have a mental life that's a bit too mad to create a regular thing. Yeah, that's where you can find me. So
yeah,
it's good. It's good fun.
Hopefully, you and I will be
funny. Hopefully, I'll have my new thing.
Hopefully, you and I will be maybe streaming some more Division in the future. So
I think we should.
Dark Zone. We'll go.
If you're on at that time again on Monday, we can do it Monday.
Absolutely.
Because I can have Monday off. I'm my own boss. I can do what I want.
You do you, boo boo. And for everything, Irrational Passions, as well as links to all Tom's amazing work. And I'll cut in that supercut as well because it's worth watching. IrrationalPassions.com. There'll be a website post for this episode. Check it there. I had a quick closing topic, which we named Sorbet, but it's spelled like Bay, B-A-E. It's a kind of like an ending topic that it should be pretty quick, that I had heard on some other podcasts. Just recommendations, like kind of things we had seen or watched or done this week that we would recommend to the people listening. And this would replace Alex Listens, obviously, my failed closing topic from before.
So I don't even remember that ever happening.
That's right. I mean, it's probably before you were back on the show, so that's fine.
Damn.
I mean, damn. So my
son.
Damn.
Sorry, go on.
My recommendation would be I'm a big fan of My Brother and Me. It's one of the Maximum Fun podcasts. I actually donated to the Max Fun Drive, which is going on when this episode goes out that week and the week previous. So it's like a 2-week period in March. I finally I'd been listening for years and years and years. Actually, My Brother and Me started just a few months before Irrational Passions started in 2010. Comedy Vice show. The McElroy brothers who run that show also do literal infinite other shows, and you can find them on McElroyshows.com. That's Mick Elroy is like it phonetically pronounced. So check that out. I just recommend checking out the Max Fun network of podcasts. They put on really, really good shows that are really funny and fun to listen to, and they're doing their donor drive, and maybe now's a really good time to get into it. Basically, if you donate to the drive, you can get some benefits. You donate once a month, every month, and you get into this inner circle kind of thing where you can also get access to a bunch of bonus episodes for each podcast. So I've been listening to bonus episodes for each of those podcasts, and they're all really, really great. So that's what I would recommend. Does anybody else have recommendations?
I got a few.
For anything?
Anything, yeah. An option?
Sure. I always try to put on Funhouse on YouTube.
I haven't watched their Drunk Mario Maker thing yet, and I really
demo disc is.
It's good.
Oh, you watched it, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah. Demo disc is great.
Mm-hmm. They they usually do a 3 times a week new show called The Know on the YouTube channel The Know, where that's where they usually do where they used to do the Inside Gaming Daily, just gives the news of the week, and it's really good. They're always funny, and it always cheers me up. I really like listening to those guys. Other stuff Comedy Button. I still think that's I'm just repimping that because I love that show.
Yep. Me too.
Sending out some love to Brian Altano, whose mother has stage 4 cancer. So just at Asia Bizzle, just send them some love. So cause he's going through some stuff right now. Super Mario Brothers Z. Still watching that. Well, not watching. I'm waiting for the next episode, but that's still something that I want more people to see because it's just a really good show that I enjoyed 10 years ago, and it's now coming back, and I think it's really great. I didn't actually say it properly on the show. I just wanted to say it now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. Daredevil season 2. I didn't finish that yet. So.
Fuck, Daredevil season 2 is so good. Oh my god. I saw you tweet about it, Abishan. It's so good. What episode are you on? Just for my reference.
Right at the end of 6. I was watching it before we started.
I'm halfway through 4.
All right, cool.
So
good stuff.
Yeah, it's so good. Tom, do you have any recommendations?
It's a really random one. I discovered it recently, and it's to do with Dan Daniel as well, slightly.
Okay.
So there's a Facebook page, and they're like that. Basically, they get like stuff that happens, like relevant internet shit that goes on, and they kind of remix it into like. It's not everyone's music style, but it's like kind of like like house music kind of style.
Yeah.
Bombs Away. They're called, and they're fucking hilarious. It's a Facebook page, and like it's well worth liking that page because they put like they do really cool remixes and stuff. So they did one of Dan Daniel, and it's so good.
It's so good.
Kind of like Auto-Tune the News, but internet.
Yes, actually, but like Wubstep, and it's pretty legit.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's clever, especially because you can find them on Spotify and stuff. But if you watch the Facebook video, you see how they make the video, and it's like, or see how they make the audio clip, and it's hilarious. It's really good.
Yeah, as an audio editor who edits in the same program, I very much appreciate it. Tony, Scott, Justin, recommendations.
While we're on the topic of YouTube channels, I watch this YouTube channel called Linus Tech Tips.
Mm-hmm.
I like they do like daily videos on just basic stuff from like hey, a new graphics card came out, let's talk about it, to like I wonder what happens if your cable management in your tower PC is absolute trash, and basically like they try a bunch of stuff and just see like how it impacts performance, if the computer heats up, stuff like that. So they do that kind of stuff, and then they do other like I don't know, like they have what? Actually, no. The funny part about that video is I think they put in every single cable that came with the power supply, just shoved it in the computer because they couldn't. They were trying to get the reading to change, and then they put some like random objects like some shoes, a plush doll, and like some other stuff, and covered the air vents, and it still didn't change the temperature of the computer. So,
wow, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it's there's some pretty cool stuff.
That's cool. Yeah.
And then what were they? I'll just watch the video. I'll just watch the video.
Yeah, I'll link the video after, Scott. It's pretty interesting. But basically, what they did is they just put stuff in the computer, and then they would run like a benchmark to cause the computer to heat up and just see how it performs under load. But yeah, so they do a bunch of cool stuff like that every Friday. They do kind of a similar thing to the podcast that we do, where they just talk about like more like tech, like actual tech stuff than gaming stuff. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. I'd say check that out.
This might be Scott's first podcast.
Okay.
Although I'm pretty sure I've known about this guy for a while.
I've
just been lazy.
Listened.
Oh, so one other good one that they just did recently. They tried to turn a PC into a pizza warmer.
Fuck yeah, they did. This is science, I think. Scott, recommendations? Sorbet, if I may.
Any webcam recommendations?
Nothing recent.
Just the top of his head. Just the top. Just the tip.
No, just the top of my head.
Nothing?
Nothing recent.
Okay. Justin?
I got nothing.
Nothing really?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
That's fair. I think
off the top of
Prince of Tennis 2.
The Prince of Tennis. That's very valid. He's been reading that the entire day. So
I can't stop.
Yeah, I think this is fun. It's cool, and it's kind of like my backup that I had for a while in mind for like a ending topic not related to video games or us. Of just like, hey.
Tennis 2?
Yeah, Prince of Tennis 2.
I helped come up with the name. Just
no,
so you know.
recommendations. Sorbet. Exactly. Tom, 100% credit for the name. That's the show. That's
you
it.
created the bay bit.
Yeah, the bay, gotta keep it bay. Tom, thank you so much for coming on. This has been a really fucking awesome show.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I was when you approached me, I was very happy to come on.
Really?
Very happy to come on.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, of course I am.
Absolutely, like you were someone who I was like, well, we'll never get Tom Hawkins on because he lives in England, so it's pretty much the Wild West over there.
They probably don't even have internet.
I didn't die.
They probably pay like 1/5 of the
I've got
cost
fiber.
of an item.
Fuck you! I've got fiber.
Like whatever. No, this is.
They drive on the side of the road and shit. It's weird.
Yeah. We've talked about a lot of cool stuff, so Please
Yeah,
follow
awesome.
Tom.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
But how do they drive their cars on the flip side of the road, Tony?
Yeah,
like how do they drive through ground? That's not possible.
Right? I don't understand it either. But all I know is that
No, I'll come over
on the opposite side.
Yeah.
We also we have miles per hour on our roads, which doesn't make any sense.
That's weird.
What? That is weird.
Yep.
Gotta get on that.
Also, another fact.
Stuff.
I'll get some other facts in there. So a swearing fact. So you say twat, don't you?
Yeah.
I know about this.
I say twat mostly.
Yeah. So twat means twat means nothing in England, but twat is quite offensive. Cool. That's a fun fact.
Good. They're two different words that are spelled exactly the same. So, sure. Unless one has an H in them.
Other facts. I'm right out.
Okay. Cool. Fair enough.
No. You see, it's like the equivalent to that would be damn and damn. I mean, like
damn and
damn. I'll talk about.
And damn.
Damn, son.
Damn, son.
Daniel.
Daniel. Justin, thanks for coming on.
Of course.
Sorry, did I say our equivalent? I meant an equivalent.
Yeah, more shenanigans. I can't wait to record them up with you tomorrow, Justin. It's gonna be fun.
Gonna be insane.
Tony, Nabish, and Scott, I love you guys so much. You guys are my rocks. My many rocks. You're like my pebbles that I carry in my hands and I rub them together.
Why you gotta belittle me like that?
Just to hear the sound of rocks rubbing together.
That's weird.
That is really weird.
It is super weird.
It's not that weird for a child, mind you.
You know, it was weird when we were going out to get food. You just picked up like 3 rocks. And I was wondering what the hell you were doing.
You saw me whispering to them. I have to pee so bad that my abdomen hurts.
No, what you did is you pretended they were pickles and you squeaked them together next to your ears.
Play a game, stay irrational. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Danny Wiesner, for your opening and closing music of 2-player co-op and The World is Saved, respectively. I love you as well. It was your birthday this past week, so happy birthday. Love you guys. Tom, again, thank you for coming on. Thank you for listening. We love you all so much. I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. We will play games and stay rational and talk to you next week.
Wow, you did good.
Nailed it! Tony titles.
Okay, so
Tom,
titles.
keep recording until I say you can stop recording now, okay?
So we got Weeboo Scotty.
Denied.
Dragon Gropedom. Time Zones Woes. T-Tom. Anime Woman. Big Pox. Fei Lao with the fucked up eye. Follow me on Snapchat. It's the most popular pack. It's Litman.
Litmon.
It's Litmon.
All right.
It's Litmon.
The Triple Expo. I wrote my piece. VR, very reprehensive.
I like that.
It would have to be an OVA. And this one I believe is Damn.
It says damn.
Damn.
Sorbet, and it's not that weird for a child.
Oh, I actually really like VR. Very reprehensive.
It's topical.
Me too.
It's topical, yeah.
That or fail out with a fucked up eye.
Also good. Fei Lao. God, that's good.
Mulan. What?
Mulan. Scott, what do you like?
The VR one's pretty good.
Justin?
Yeah, I was gonna say VR or Big Pox.
Tony, Nabishin?
I kind of like it's the most popular pack, but I'm okay with VR.
Okay.
Visual.
Tom, I need you to say a phrase for me. Is that okay? I'm gonna write it down at the bottom of the Google Doc. It's not sex related.
Yet.
Well, I mean, it depends on the person.
Do you say I'm going to the bottom of the thing?
Yeah, but above show notes, but you're listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 270. Do you think you can handle that?
You ready?
Yeah, Justin, are you ready? You're gonna say the title. It's just like.
How do you want me to say it? Do you want me to have a theme to it?
Yeah,
whatever you want to do.
You do you, man.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, dude.
Are you sure?
You're killing me, dude. I have to pee so bad. it's fine. Take your time.
Okay. No.
At this point, fucking just kill me.
I think that should be it. You're listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 270. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
Hold on. That's what I'm going to use. Stop. Hold on. Stop.
Yeah.
Just keep it.
Just keep it.
For that moment, all I saw was Scott's hand. Like, just keep it.
Tom, keep in mind, this is how you're going to be represented at the very beginning of the show.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay. Then.
I think you should cut that into it afterwards.
Okay, that's fair.
No.
Are you going to do it again?
Like in the same voice, in the same type of voice, what I need you to do, except for much higher, I need you to say...
Wait, you mean like this?
I don't get it.
I'm on my way.
Yep, like that.
Like that?
You don't have to get it, Tom. You don't have to get it. Yeah, but like in your.
I'm on my way. Like that. You happy?
Oh my God! Yes, I'm so happy. Are you gonna say the Irrational Passions?
Do it again because you were talking in the background a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine. I can rip your audio because
VR. Very
of course.
Not just like I'm so fucking done.
That's it. That's you can stop recording. And to our video viewers, thank you for watching. We love you guys.